What's on TV? The answer is a lot. There's never been more choice over what to put on the box with an abundance of great new shows, but you can miss them all if you don't know where to look. And that's where the Pilot TV podcast comes in, your essential guide to every show that matters. Each week we sift through the very best in prestige TV to help you decide what's worth spending your time on and what isn't. So join me, James Dyer, as well as venerable TV critics Boyd Hilton and Kay Ribeiro, and let us help take the stress out of your downtime. The Pilot TV podcast, because you can't watch everything.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Trywire.com. Kick high prices to the curb. Drive away with huge savings. It's game day, and this is the home of Scottish football. It's Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Good morning and welcome to Clyde One Super Scoreboard for the fourth and final Premiership Old Firm game of the season. Celtic are streets ahead and already have the title in the bag, but Rangers have won the last two and are going for three in a row. What will give at Ibrox this afternoon? I'm Gordon Duncan, and joining me in the studio is Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson and Hugh Keevins.
All that has gone on before today is now of no consequence. A League and Cup double for Celtic, so far of no consequence. A season of misery for Rangers, the sack for Philippe Clement, that worst result in their history against Queen's Park in the Scottish Cup, of no consequence. This is a one-off deal. The last battle of two teams whose rivalry has lost none of its intensity over the last 137 years. This is Rangers versus Celtic. This is Glasgow. And for one set of supporters today, this city is yours.
Yeah, no such thing as a meaningless fixture when these two come together. And for Rangers, it's the last chance for this group of players to give the fans at Ibrox something worthwhile to leave the season behind. It's been a poor season, and maybe the last chance for Barry Ferguson to go up against Brendan Rodgers in the dugout. So he'll be trying to get every inch out of his team today. And for Brendan Rodgers, he will not want to let the standards drop. It's been two remarkable performances back to back against Kilmarnock and Dundee United. He'll want to go to Ibrox champions and finish the game in style. All set, both sets of fans in the stadium. It's going to be some afternoon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, like the guy said there, Gordon, and I totally agree with you. I don't think there's such a thing that it doesn't mean anything today. This is Rangers playing Celtic. The pride's there, especially in the dugouts. Mark touched on it. Brendan Rodgers, Barry Ferguson, who probably won't be the next Rangers manager, wants to finish in a high and beat his greatest rivals. I am looking forward to this afternoon.
Yes, one of world football's most famous and fierce rivalries meeting again in Glasgow. Let's cross to Ibrox and get team news with Marvin Bartley and Andrew McLean.
Yeah, great atmosphere in here already for the final Old Firm clash of the season. The Premiership, of course, already wrapped up, but there is never a dead rubber when it comes to these two teams. It has been a turbulent season for Rangers, but facing Celtic hasn't been the issue of late. Of course, they've won the last two games against their rivals. Celtic hoping to put that right as they close in on another potential treble. Away fans back in for this fixture too, as they were at Celtic Park not too long ago. The Celtic fans already making themselves heard this afternoon. Some big team news coming out for both sides as well. Rangers 4 changes for them. For this one, Proper, Insiala, Rice and Egeman drop out of the starting lineup. In come Balogun, Barron, Bayrami and Czerny. So it's Liam Kelly in goal for them. James Tavernier, John Souttar, Leon Balogun and Jefty are the back four. I'm led to believe it's going to be a diamond in midfield for Rangers today. Connor Barron at the base, Nico Raskan and Mohamed Diamandi slightly further forward. Nadim Bayrami is the 10 for them today. Václav Czerny and Cyril Dessers the partners up top. The substitutes: Butland, Cortez, Insiala, Casemiro, Egeman, Hadji, McCausland, Rice and Danilo for Celtic. A couple of big names don't make it. We knew about Jota, that is a long-term injury, but Alistair Johnson and Nicholas Kuhn dropping out of the starting lineup and the squad all together. In come Ralston, Forrest and Ida. Poyami Sinisalo is in goal for them. The back four, Anthony Ralston, Cameron Carter-Vickers, Liam Scales and Greg Taylor. The midfield three, Callum McGregor, Arnie Engels and Rio Hitati. It'll be James Forrest and Dyson Maeda either side of Adam Eder. The substitutes, Bain, Trusty, Yang, McCowan, Schlupp, Nawrocki, Kenny, Bernardo and McArdle. The referee at Ibrox today is Nick Walsh and the VAR is Andrew Dallas. Lots to pick through from that team news, Marvin.
Yeah, an awful lot to pick through. As you said there, it seems that Rangers will go with the diamond. I don't know whether they'll change their mind now seeing Anthony Ralston play at right back. His first start or first 90 minutes will complete for Celtic since the 15th of February. So I imagine I want to put some sort of pressure on him. But as the guys will say in the studio, you know, it's a massive game for both clubs. There is no dead rubbers when it comes to this game. Barry Ferguson wanted his players to go out there and play with pride. He showed a disappointment in terms of their last 90 minutes that they completed. He'll need a lot more from them today.
Kick-off here at Ibrox is just over 10 minutes away.
Well, Gordon Dalziel, we've been used to various lineups and formations and tactics from Barry Ferguson in his short time as Rangers interim boss. What did you make of the latest addition today?
Yeah, he certainly knows how to mix it up. He's not shy and away from changing his formation. He went to a back three and it was successful away from home. Obviously Fenerbahce. He's went back to the back four. I think that's because of personnel, to be honest with you. He's changed the shape in the middle of the park to a diamond now, as the guys were saying from Ibrox. Tierney probably will just play up there with Dessers. It gives him a wee threat. I think some Rangers fans will probably be looking at, you know, the fact that Iggeman's on the bench. So he's got a good strong bench as well. Iggeman's there. Hadji, for instance, could have easily started. I think the big surprise for me is Barami. I don't think he's been pulling up any trees at all. So it's a big afternoon for him. But he obviously sees that's the way to go against Celtic and try and hurt them. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform.
Mark Wilson, Celtic's absentee list is not ideal for Brendan Rodgers. Alistair Johnson's one of the main men. Jota's one of the main men. We knew about them though coming into today. The one that we didn't know about was Nicholas Kuhn.
Big blow, I think, from a Celtic point of view. You know, a lot of their big hitters out. You've got Alistair Johnson, Schmeichel, Jota and Kuhn. So they're four mainstays of your side. But Forrest in, Ralston in, is that weakening the side? Well, not to be harsh, but of course it is, because Alistair Johnson, outstanding fullback, Nicholas Kuhn had an outstanding season. So if you're from a Rangers persuasion, you'd probably look at that and say, OK, I would rather that than the other two. However, James Forrest, wealth of experience again in this fixture, and he shows that he's a reliable outlet for Brendan Rodgers when needed. Ida through the middle, we thought that was always going to be the case, and Maeda against Tavernier will be an interesting one to keep our eyes on again.
Well, the loss of Hamza Iggeman from the starting lineup for Rangers today simply shows you that you can be a hero one moment, score the winning goal for Rangers against Celtic at Celtic Park, and a few weeks later you don't even make the team. But this is a one-off deal for Barry Ferguson. This will probably be the last Old Firm game in which he'll participate as a member of staff at Rangers. And wouldn't he just love to win his first game at Ibrox as the interim manager against Celtic? And for Brendan Rodgers doesn't want to walk out of Ibrox today, having lost to Rangers for the third time in a row, having lost twice back-to-back against an interim manager, and then tonight possibly be named Scotland's Manager of the Year. A bruised ego would accompany him to the top table if that were the case.
Yeah, how do you assess the psychology of it, Marvin? Come the summer, and when everyone looks back, Celtic have certainly won a double. It may well be a treble. They don't tend to collect the head-to-head record against Rangers in the history books as such, but nevertheless, Hugh's quite right. It would be a rare scenario for a team to be so far ahead yet lose 3 in a row to their rivals. How do you feel this one sits?
Yeah, listen, it'll be difficult for Brendan Rodgers to accept that 100%, but the main thing is winning trophies. You know, if you said to him you're not going to win the head-to-heads, but you're going to go on and win a treble potentially, that's what he wants. Yes, the fans will be disappointed if they don't win these games of football. They totally understand that, but come the summer they'll all be celebrating. You know, the League Cup, the Premiership, and then, you know, possibly the Scottish Cup. So it's one of those things. This is an elite manager. He wants to win week in, week out, but the most important thing for him is winning this league title, and they've managed to do that.
When you look at the teams, Marvin, Barry Ferguson has chopped and changed over and over again in game, in the lead up to games. It worked at times. How do you think this latest change will play out today, and is it difficult for players to constantly, you know, have to come up with different game plan?
Yeah, listen, they're top players, so it's one of those things that I imagine Barry's worked on it all week and they'll understand their roles within it. It surprises me, though, if I'm honest, Gordon, them going to a diamond for what Mark said there in terms of Tavernier against Maeda. Tavernier now has no protection in front of him. So I imagine every time Maeda gets the ball, Greg Taylor will be bombing forward, and whether it's the Amande or Raskin on this side, they're going to try and get out and do that. I've played in a diamond before. It's extremely hard work, especially when you don't dominate possession. Rangers aren't going to dominate possession today. They don't do it against some of the lesser teams in this league. So listen, I'm not sure their last 90 minutes in terms of that shape. Maybe Barry's just trying to roll the dice again because he's not been happy with what he's seen. But as I said, I don't expect the diamond, if they do start with it, to last too long.
I think James Forrest and Alistair Johnston are clearly not. James Forrest and Anthony Ralston are clearly not first choice on that side. So, not meaning to be unfair on them, but more specifically in a tactical sense, Marvin, how different is that for Celtic when you've not got that sort of blistering pace of Nicholas Kuhn and that extra bit of running power from Alistair Johnston if you're trying to do what you usually do down that side?
Yeah, they have to change it slightly, aren't they? Like you said, the two players that came out of the team are top quality, and that's no disrespect to Forrest or Ralston, but they've played for Celtic for long enough. Obviously, James Forrest has won the most trophies at this football club. Yes, he'll be slightly different on that side to what Nicholas Kuhn will do, but we still see he's got plenty more left in the tank. Anthony Ralston starts at full-back or wing-back for the national team, so again, it's an opportunity for him. Again, Rangers playing a diamond just lets Anthony Ralston off the hook for me. Having no one up against him allows him to ease himself into the game. So again, listen, if he had to pick a game to play in against Rangers in terms of how they're going to set up, it would be against the diamond.
I think with the diamond, I think Barry Ferguson will probably look at protecting the centre of the pitch. He'll be well aware of Celtic's strengths and how those full-backs invert, especially Taylor coming in on that left-hand side, and he doesn't want to give up any room in there, so that's why he's probably trying to clog that area. I do agree with Marvin though, in a diamond, when then on the outside you've got sheer pace and width as in Forrest or Maeda, it is a big shift if you're one of the outside men in the diamond to cover that space. So he's asking a lot of his midfielders. However, what he's also got Czerny, who can just drop into that kind of number 10 role, so he's not really going to play with two out and out strikers against the back four. Czerny might just drop a bit deeper to help his midfield out. So it'll be fascinating tactically, but Celtic must get that better, because the games that they've played against Rangers, the ones that they've lost, I think they've been quite poor at playing through, whether against every other team, they're usually quite good at it. And
is that where Rangers, at least in this fixture recently, Gordon, have that blueprint? We're now at the stage, I don't think the Rangers fans would be remotely offended for me to say that Celtic are the ones with the defined style and the clear way of playing and the patterns. They try and do the same thing all the time, and the way Rangers seem to have got success in this fixture recently is by disrupting that. Not necessarily having a clear, consistent game plan of your own, but first of all stopping Celtic doing what they want to do and then trying to hurt them.
I think they'll have worked on the press all week. That's what got them success at Celtic Park. I think their press was bang on at that time. Everybody's got to have the timing of that, because if you don't get it right, Celtic will clearly play through you. They've got the players that can punish you. We witnessed it in the first game at Celtic Park when Rangers played the high press and it was working. Then all of a sudden Celtic just played through them. Kyogo scored a goal offside, and I think it scared Rangers a little bit. If they're going to be successful today, I'm with the guys. I have no idea why he's went to a diamond. I've no idea at all. He's given up the wide areas, and I think Celtic will hurt you there. Yes, I can understand that you want to try and dominate the middle of the park, because McGregor, Ingles, Hatate, the way their movement is and how they can play from there, they're a massive threat. But I think that gives up the wide areas, and I think that's where Celtic will punish them.
Hugh, first time Celtic fans have been back inside Ibrox for a couple of years. They will certainly arrive in party mode, knowing that they've won the title so comfortably, and then we see what happens thereafter.
Well, I'm listening to the atmosphere behind Andrew McLean and Marvin Bartley, and it's astonishing. This is a Rangers club who have had arguably one of the most miserable seasons in their history. Even if Celtic lose this game today, they'll walk away from Ibrox still 14 points ahead of Rangers in the league table. And it's been a quite awful season for Rangers. But Celtic, they are going there light. For me, they played very poorly in the last Old Firm game, although they managed to get 2 goals at Celtic Park. Rangers get 3. Since then, they've lost Kasper Schmeichel, Alistair Johnston, Nicholas Kuhn. and Jota, and I think that's too much to lose. I don't think Celtic will leave Ibrox today with any points.
That's a big call. Look, I think we're making too much of this. Ralston and Forrest. Ralston's played over 100 games for Celtic. Sorry, James Forrest has got more medals than anybody else in the club. So it's not like it's a young player that's getting in there and he's got to be tested. Anthony Ralston's a Scotland international footballer, and look, I totally agree with the fact that he's not as good as Alistair Johnson. But I think Brendan Rodgers will have a lot of confidence in them. From middle to front, they're still very strong.
I just quickly, what I was going to say, you usually say form goes out the window in these games. I don't think you can put that to one side. I think Celtic are the form team, firing in all cylinders, no matter the personnel, and Rangers are struggling. I fancy Celtic today.
I suppose they were the last time the sides met though as well, so we'll see. Here's Andrew McLean taking us up to kick off with Mark. Just a quick word from our podcast sponsors, Wire, the best way to own an electric vehicle. Wire is a car purchasing platform that only sells 100% electric vehicles. So they'll walk you through the process of selecting a fully electric car that meets both your needs and your desires. Wire prove that virtually every car buyer can go electric today. They've got affordable options, saving you thousands on your next car through the Salary Boost scheme. This scheme makes purchasing an electric vehicle a sensible financial decision. Make sure you check out trywire.com for more information and how you can sign up. Now let's get back to the podcast.
Yes, the teams making their way out the tunnel side by side. No guard of honour here at Ibrox, as you would expect. This is a derby, it is a rivalry that goes back for decades and decades. There is no niceties between these two teams as they make their way, but the sun is shining down on Ibrox, the noise ramping up, and we are ready for the inevitable drama that is ready to unfold this afternoon. There are these strange quirks that come up across the season. Rangers looking to make it 3 wins in a row against Celtic, despite the fact that Celtic will be the champions this season, are the champions this season, but Rangers haven't won in their last 6 games here at Ibrox, which is quite astonishing.
Yeah, the record's poor from, isn't it, in recent times, Rangers at home, and they need to change that today. Listen, I know Hugh said he can't see Celtic leaving here at any point, which did shock me. It's a massive game, the atmosphere is absolutely brilliant. We spoke about getting away fans back into this game. It happened at Celtic Park, it's now happening at Ibrox. What an advert for Scottish football this is, and I just hope the football can match up to it.
Yeah, there are flares going off in the away section. Of course, Celtic fans back inside Ibrox for the first time in a couple of years. Bigger numbers than we've experienced in those times as well, so it is making for a fantastic atmosphere inside Ibrox. I'll give you that all-important team news once again. 4 changes for Rangers proper. Nsiala, Rice and Egeman drop out. Balogun, Barron, Barami and Cherny in, so it's Liam Kelly in goal for Rangers. The back 4, James Tavernier, John Souttar, Leon Balogun and Jeff Day. Will then be a diamond in midfield of Connor Barron, Nico Raskin, Mohamed Diamande and Nadim Barami. Václav Cherny and Cyril Dessers are the front 2. In goal for Celtic today, Viljami Sinisalo. It's then Anthony Ralston, Cameron Carter-Vickers, Liam Scales and Greg Taylor across the back. Callum McGregor, Arnie Engels and Rio Hatate are the midfield 3. James Forrest and Daisen Maeda either side of Adam Ida. That's because Jota misses out with his long-term injury. Nicholas Kuhn is out as well, and there's no Alistair Johnson. The Celtic players getting in to their huddle, and you can sense the atmosphere around here. There will be confidence from both sides despite the turbulent season Rangers have had. The Rangers supporters will feel confident because of their recent performances against Celtic, but Celtic are the champions, they're chasing a treble. Celtic supporters are always going to be confident.
Yeah, from a Rangers fan point of view, it's what Rangers turns up. We've seen probably 3 or 4 different Rangers this season. In Europe there seems to be one team. Then against Celtic, sometimes they can pick it up. But if it's a team that played against Hibs here, a team that played against Motherwell here, they're going to be in for a long old afternoon. The Rangers fans have came in hope and some in expectation. Let's see if the players can live up to that.
Nico Raskin is standing over the ball. Nick Walsh takes a quick look at his watch, and we are ready to go at Ibrox for Rangers against Celtic.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard. Goal flashes. With M&D Green Pharmacy. Planning your holiday? Get essential health advice and medication before you travel.
Come on then, you've shown your hand, Hugh Keevins, but give us the specifics. What's the score prediction today?
Rangers 3, Celtic 1.
I've got to go with a form guide. Rangers 1, Celtic 3.
I'm going the draw today.
Of course,
Right in the middle.
You've got a draw every one of these games.
No. Away
Rewind
Rangers
back
3-2 at
before
Celtic
every one
Park.
of these programmes.
3-2 Celtic Park,
No,
away
you didn't.
Rangers, and I'm going to go 2-2.
There we go. It's going to. Well, we'll find out. There's no point in arguing about it too much right now. The only thing you would say, Mark Wilson, I'm now conflicted because I was always a bit like you. It's a cliche. Form goes out the window. What are you on about? But look at the last two. And form went right out the window.
That's a good argument. I think this Rangers team are in a worse place than they were then. I think the European stuff, all coincided. It was all travelling in the right direction. There was still a bit of hope, bit of hype. It's now deflated. I had to look at them last week against St Mirren, and St Mirren could have scored a barrel load.
First corner Rangers, of course, was Celtic's undoing the last time, and Balogun hits the bar.
He should do better for me. That's a free header. Cannot believe the Celtic defence. Everybody's just left him. He's got a free header. I think he will be disappointed not to put that in the back of the net. What, is he 7-8 yards out?
Is there a block there, Mark?
I wonder if that
stops
was
Liam Scales getting.
intentional.
It's, by the way, not an illegal one. That's not what I'm suggesting. But you wonder how precise it was from Rangers, because you don't tend to get space like that by accident.
Well, it worked out well. Obviously, Scales, Martin Balogun at the back post. Raskin then makes the run to the back post, but blocks Scales. I don't know if he meant it because he wasn't really facing him, but worked. And Balogun gets the yard. They should score. Warning sign, Hugh.
Yeah, you look at the last 3 games between these clubs. Rangers have scored 3 times in each of those games. 9 goals, and that should have been number 10. Celtic simply can't defend set pieces.
Yeah, it was a good move from Rangers. It was a terrific ball in from Tavernier. He's got that in his locker, of course he has. Balogun, free header, 7-8 yards maximum. I'm thinking he should do better there. I know he hits a bar, the top of the bar, and it goes over, but with a free header, I think he's got to do better for me.
It was interesting. Brendan Rodgers said on Friday, Mark, he was paying real attention to the start of the game. He feels like it, really does set the tone. You look at the Ibrox game earlier in the season, and that's what it was. Rangers started quick, and Celtic never recovered from it.
Well, it's the exact same here, exact same at Celtic Park as well. Rangers started really well, so Celtic just need to steady themselves, need to get the ball first. But there's the first pass out the pitch again. So if you're in that stadium as a Rangers fan, you are delighted. If you're Barry Ferguson, you're delighted how your team started.
Yes, Rangers are really pressing Celtic very much, not letting them settle at all. Obviously, confidence with that opening chance with Balogun. It's a fair old start, and Celtic they're all over shop at this moment.
What did I say yesterday? Rangers spook Celtic, and here it's full of evidence. Spooked from the word go.
Is there a case to say, Mark, that it's quite not easy, but if you're at home and you've done this before, you should be able to kind of throw everything at it quickly and try and spook, as Hugh says. The test for Celtic is, can you just ride it out a bit? Can you just compose yourself and survive?
That's what they need to do much better than the previous games, where they have looked on the ropes and then they've conceded off that. So you need to get through these opening stages, and Rangers have got another free kick here that they will be allowed to load the box. Tavernier, 45 yards out on the right hand side, but he's going to put this in.
Well, he'd be disappointed not to. Obviously, after the first effort, the Rangers have got the big guys up, Souttar's up there, Balogun's up again. He's going to ask questions, of course he is, and it's been a good start. I know it's only 4 minutes on the clock, but it's been a good lively start from Rangers.
Leon Balogun wearing the face mask, of course, injured the cheekbone, was it, in the European game, clashing with John Souttar, but back in and wearing the protective eyewear.
Well,
and ball might just fall in the box. It wasn't actually a great delivery this time from Rangers, and they got a bit of a break of the ball, but Adam Ida deals with it.
He did it well there, because he went to take a swipe at it and put it out for a corner, and they just thought, be a bit more composed. Hits off a Rangers player, actually wins the throw in for Celtic. But another good ball from Tavernier.
Have Celtic actually been in Rangers half of the field yet?
No, not really.
Risky pass, but it's a good one
from Ralston. From Anthony Ralston to Greg Taylor. He's just going to try and set Maeda away, but he can't. Tavernier steps in and wins it back. Tries to come in field, but again, just a lack of quality.
Really good there from Ralston. I think probably something that they've probably identified, that Rangers block off one side of the pitch, so the out ball would be Taylor. Just Taylor and Maeda not on the same page.
I'm a bit surprised, Mark, especially with the halfway line, why Taylor just didn't play that over the top and just turn to Tavernier and test him a little bit.
Yep.
Just early on, just ask a question. But Tavernier was sharp onto it and made sure that he intercepted the pass. So, yeah, it's a lively start to this game.
Yeah, it'll be a foul by Ralston just inside the Celtic half.
That's the trouble for Ralston when you're playing against a diamond, that the wide guys occupy those kind of wee spaces in the pitch. So Ralston then is late in getting into him because he obviously has to protect his channel in case Dessers runs down that channel. Time it's into Barami, he's too late and he gives away the foul.
Just getting a little talking to there from Nick Walsh just to say, look, I've let you away with the first one, I certainly won't get away with the next one.
Hugh Keevins, it's not your ideal conditions though. Too sunny, too nice.
That hopeless.
I like it I like that theory of yours that you prefer it dark and sinister.
Yeah.
It's poor from Liam Kelly. He kicks it, and luckily for him, his defence bail him out.
I actually thought that Liam Kelly would be left out today and Butland would come back because his kicking was very poor against St Mirren as well, and he had one horrendous episode where he kicked it straight to Michael Mandron, and how he missed it is beyond all reasonable explanation.
Hugh is right, but also Gordon, he is the better kicker of the two.
Yeah,
generally, isn't he? So you can see why Barry Ferguson's maybe weighed it up.
I sort of was going to go with Hugh a little bit there and think I thought Butland. I wouldn't have been surprised if Butland come back in.
But why though? What signs have you seen in the last few weeks that there was any?
I just think that when the two of them are playing to their full potential, I think Butland's a better goalkeeper. Right now, Kelly, you can say he's had one or two wee ropey moments. One last week against St Mirren, of course. But I just thought with the fact that, a bit more experience, Butland's a better goalkeeper, I thought he might have put him back in. But look, I've no qualms whatsoever about it.
First corner to Celtic. There's not a lot of room for Arne Engels to find his footing over there. He's just trying to compose himself before swinging this one in. And it's a very good delivery, but Leon Balogun challenges Cameron Carter-Vickers well. Dyson Maeda just ignoring the simple option, which was to give it back to Arne Engels. And it has set Rangers away. Anthony Ralston, I thought, looked favourite to win that tackle, but he sort of pulled out of it and allowed Barami just to come away.
I think he actually does well there to delay. I think if he dives in, he doesn't make it.
This is good from Adam Ida. He's robbed Mohamed Diamande. James Forrest outside. It's not a good pass from Adam Ida. That could have been a huge chance for Celtic, and a simple pass from Adam Ida. He just gets it wrong.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely. I'll tell you, but Brendan Rodgers will be fuming at that. It's the simplest pass. All he has to do is put the ball in front of Forrest. He's through 1-on-1 the goalkeeper. What is Adam Ida thinking of
there? He can even overhit that because there's that much space. He cannot leave it short. Forrest has got the run, and Balogun, to be fair, Balogun does well. Good spell this for Celtic.
Yeah, Hugh, that ends up not even becoming a chance for Celtic when it should have been a massive one.
Yeah, he's entirely to blame, Adam Ida. For me, he's a poor player.
Now here comes Rangers down the right hand side. Celtic just about regroup, but Cherney's going to hit it edge of the box. It takes a loop over, and Sinisalo has to tip it by. Big deflection, almost caught him out.
Well, good save from the goalkeeper there. I know that it drove the man mad on the Super Scoreboard last night, talking about Sinisalo. It's his first Old Firm game, but that is an exceptionally good save from Sinisalo.
Yeah, it's a deflection as well. I think it comes off Carter Vickers, is it? And it just loops up in the air. He's obviously got to keep his eye on that, tip it over the bar. But it comes from the fact, Greg Taylor, but we're seeing this chance again. It's 2v1, perfect situation. Adam Ida, I'll tell you, if I'm James Forrest, I am giving him what for.
In fairness, Adam Ida does excellent to make the opening himself first. Give him a bit of credit there.
Yeah, I'll give him credit for that, but it's the easiest pass in the book as another header comes in again.
From Sinisalo. Is it Nicholas Raskin again, a man who's of course shown his aerial ability in this fixture?
Yeah, he scored the opening goal at Celtic Park, didn't he? It's a good header. It's one that you would imagine the goalkeeper's got to save.
But nevertheless, it's the Celtic can have confidence in the goalkeeper because he's made two good saves early on. And as I say, I'm going to highlight him every time he makes a good save because I said that he would be having his first Old Firm game, and how would he react? So far he's reacted very well.
It's actually a good kick as well to help Celtic build something here, and this is the kind of first real sustained move from Celtic, but Conor Barron does enough to nick it off the toes of James Forrest.
Good play by Barron.
Yeah.
Forrest tries to play inside, try and come into that danger area, but Barron read it, and very good defending from Barron. It's a good start to the game.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
Celtic. The second time Taylor's tried that pass to Maeda, he's left it short. Tavernier just nicks in.
Can Maeda do more on those instances? How does that work? Because it does feel like he's a bit.
I think he should
on his
make
heels.
Taylor's mind up more. So if he is going in behind, just go in behind, and Taylor plays it. But it's a bit in between. And if I'm Taylor the next time, I'm just dropping that over Tavernier's head, because Tavernier's nicked 2 now. He's on that front foot, so you need to turn him the next time.
Celtic showing signs of settling a bit here in terms of possession. They'll definitely be kicking themselves that Adamida couldn't execute the pass to James Forrest, because they would have been through on goal.
You see, Barami's probably been told to go on McGregor at all costs. The minute Celtic have got the ball, Barami just follows McGregor about. This
could cause some trouble. It's a raking pass. Liam Kelly wasn't sure, Tavernier wasn't sure. Celtic got it in the corner of the box, fired in, good cutout though. Lovely flick, Reo Hatate, and Adamida just tries to let it drop over his head.
I think he was going to spin and hit that.
I think he was hoping to, wasn't he? And it maybe went a bit further than he expected.
They're looking for that diagonal ball very quickly. Celtic get out to that left hand side. They know
Greg
that
Taylor's going to put one in. It's not brilliant though. It's out for a goal kick.
He's had a poor start to the game. I've been watching him. Everything he's doing is very poor, and it's not like him, because he is a very, very good player, but so far, first 11 minutes, he can't be happy with his performance.
Celtic's execution in the final moments hasn't been there, Mark. However, compared to the last time at Ibrox, are there signs that the space is a bit more manageable?
Certainly looks at. I think they've pieced things together a bit better. Even that turn by Engels, they've worked on that. Play it through, get it to the other side, and they almost get their reward in the final third.
That's nice from Rangers though. They then show that they've got to grips with elements of it tactically as well, playing out quite comfortably, you'd have to say.
Yeah, good play. Just beat the Celtic press. As I say, I think we've got a good game in their hands. I think there's a good start to it. There's a good pace to it.
That's good play. Good play from Suter and Tierney there.
James Forrest does excellent though, nicks it off Nicholas Raskin. He's going to be
he's looking for it. He's looking for it.
Playing for that, but Nick Walsh is right beside it.
Tierney always looking to come in on that left boot, and he does really well. Just manages to wriggle his way across and find Jefty. Tierney again. Lots of Celtic players back. It's not a brilliant ball in, but of course you always just look to then pick up the scraps, and Conor Barron then does that. So Rangers keeping it alive well here.
Yeah, they've been good at that, Rangers. When things break down, they're getting quickly round the ball and restarting the attack. Jefty now on the left hand side.
Yeah, it's not a great ball, but again, put it in and you might find that the rebound falls your way, as it did to Raskin. And again, his ball's not great, but Barron picks it up.
That's the thing here, Gordon. Every time the second ball's in the middle of the park, Rangers are picking them up. There's no doubt Rangers have started the better in the middle of the park for me. They've been patient. They're knocking the ball about well. When they do lose it, they're getting it back very quickly. So I think Barry Ferguson will be happy with the 14 minutes already.
Fascinated, Mark, how it does play out, because Rangers are enjoying a bit of controlled possession here, but usually that's not what Rangers want in these fixtures. Everybody said that they're at their best in Europe. They're at their best against Celtic when they can disrupt and then punish. So it'll be interesting to see if, I don't know, is Brendan Rodgers maybe a bit more content even to let Rangers have it in certain areas?
I don't know if it's by design, I was going to say that, but Ida and everybody just allowing Suter and Balogun to come up the pitch with it. I wonder if they're just trying to create that space to try and nick it and then get in behind them that way. So it's a fascinating opening.
Carter Vickers gives it to Ralston. He's going to win a free kick, just nudged in the back by Dessers, who can't believe it.
Dessers can never believe when he gives away a foul.
Do you know something? I think that's a soft foul, that. I think he's every right to go and get the ball.
That doesn't mean it's not a foul.
No, I don't think.
No one's talking about his rights here.
I'm with him there. I don't think that.
That's a lovely pass out to James Forrest, and he's just going to find Ralston in that pocket. Anthony Ralston maybe not quite confident enough to go and drive towards goal.
He should have taken that forward, because they've worked that wee triangle brilliantly to open Rangers up. He needs to go forward into the channel, or even just flip that in. He just stand in the box.
And this, you can obviously over exaggerate this stuff all day, and it's there in front of your face. Are those the ones that Alistair Johnston maybe does take into the
he's
box.
more aggressive. Yeah, he would have been on the front foot there and going and testing the Rangers back line, looking to maybe pop a wee ball off to the right or the left for a runner. Ralston, he was more secure and decided to turn back the way and keep possession of the ball. But Celtic just starting to pop it about a little bit now, starting to work their way into the game. That's great play from Hatate.
How helpful is it, Mark, when you're so comfortable on the ball? Because
Amazing.
I'm not sure Rangers did much wrong there, and yet Rio Hatate just makes it look simple.
Look, sometimes you can't stop it against the top teams when you got players like that. And you see McGregor as well. As soon as that went into Hatate, McGregor was off round the corner, and if Hatate could have picked him out, we've seen so often McGregor's driving force, so they're so good at it.
There's a bit of space starting to open up for Celtic. They've not managed to take advantage yet, but here's Engels into Maeda. Adamida, right footed, blocked, and it's going to be kept in play by Jefty. That was a good chance for Celtic, but Rangers defended well.
He's never really going to threaten there. He's taking too long, too many touches. He allows the defender to get back in and make that block. He's got to be sharper. It was good play from Celtic. Engels, for me, is finding a lot of space in the middle of the park, and I think it's because McGregor is dropping deep. Barami's having to go with him. He's trying to go man for man, really, and Engels is just playing in the pocket and behind and causing a little bit of problems for Rangers.
Starting to control it now, Celtic. You can see the shape now. Rangers falling back, but just that wee bit of movement there. Great play from Maeda to come in and link. I wonder if he could have hit that first time.
What a ball that is. What a ball he's just played around the corner.
Anthony Ralston's cross in and it's nicked away just in time. It's a great flick from John Souttar out for a throw in.
Almost as if Rangers are allowing Ralston time, and Ralston's thinking, I can't believe I've got this time. What do I do with it? And I'm thinking, just put the ball in the box.
He's encouraged to go for the ball.
Yeah. It's a great ball.
Engels looking at him saying, go and get it.
Yeah, Celtic starting to tick a bit in the last few moments without creating anything, don't get us wrong, just looking quite comfortable in possession and finding space, and looks like they've got this one, are starting to get it sussed out a bit. However, it's 0-0. Rangers have had a big chance early on when Balogun hit the bar. Maeda's in behind here. Kelly comes, I think just waiting on an offside flag.
Sure. Yeah, must have been offside. I don't mind that. I think Celtic have got to try that. We see this chance again. Ida gets it.
Does it get stuck under his feet a bit though?
Yeah, but he's got to try and maybe move it a little bit quicker for me. Look, and he gives Souttar all the time in the world to get the block in. You're never getting that shot away taking too long like that.
That's where Celtic are a bit light today. They've lost Jota and Kuhn. Ida has to play through the middle. The only one on the bench who could come on is Johnny Kenny, who hardly any game time whatsoever at Celtic, so they're stuck with Ida.
Definitely light in those areas, Mark, as well, because even you always tend to swap your wide ones, and Yang will need to come on at some point.
Is that Engels again, that ball?
Yeah,
great ball.
Doesn't even look. He has started brilliantly.
James
Engels.
Forrest got down the right, but he just couldn't quite squeeze it across, and Liam Kelly came to collect.
I'm not having a go at James Forrest here because he's still really quick. However, if that's Kuhn, he is away.
Because by the way, Balogun's quick, but you're also against Balogun, as in the centre halves had to come out and deal with you. That's what you want if you're a winger, isn't it? But Father Time catches up with us all, I suppose.
Especially wingers. Amazing he's still playing in that position at James's fair old age.
Fair old age, Hugh.
34.
30.
Yeah.
Well,
but
you don't get many wingers at 34 that will drive past you.
Right, you're absolutely right.
Usually they find their way into a number 10 role or something like that.
He's the most decorated player ever at Celtic now, but he's at the end of his career.
I wonder how many times since the late 90s have we seen a close-up of that exasperated look on Barry Ferguson's face.
Yeah.
With a player or manager,
calm.
it never changes. He's like I feel like that just brought back memories of him as a player there, telling everyone to screw them up.
Look, I've been happy with the start, but I think he's looking.
There's a mistake from Cameron Carter-Vickers, but he's bailed out by Sinisalo, who comes and clears it up the pitch.
How many times have we seen Cameron Carter-Vickers play that blind ball, and he's acknowledging his mistake to Sinisalo? But I mean, for a man of his quality, it happens too often.
Is it playing a bit slower than they thought or something? It feels like there's quite a few underhit passes all round.
To be fair, I think the goalkeeper's positioning really bails him out. If the goalkeeper's not reading that situation, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, he does well, Sinisalo, Mark.
Spot on. Yeah, good position from the goalkeeper, just aware that if it is short, he's getting there. I think, over the last 5 minutes, Celtic certainly look comfortable. They look like they're getting more joy. Rangers midfield, we've chatted about that, struggling to deal with the movement, especially Hatate and Engels.
They're Celtic standouts so far, aren't they?
Oh,
those
yeah,
two.
without doubt. And McGregor, by the way, McGregor's just keeping things ticking along as well, but he's constantly on the move. So difficult to mark those three.
Mohamed Diamandi does brilliantly though. James Forrest looked favourite to nick it off him, and if he had, Rangers would have been in a world of trouble.
No foul.
Jeffy felt he was fouled. It'll be interesting to see if this gets pulled back, if it comes to anything, but it's cleared away for a corner.
Yeah, good play with Celtic there. It goes down the right hand side. Forrest he's got good options. He's got Maeda and Ida. I think Maeda would have been offside, was he?
He's got a lot of space to put that in between the
do you think
penalty
he's
spot and the 6 yard. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just feed it across.
Might be the best outcome, because if that finds Maeda, he's offside.
Offside, yeah.
If it doesn't find Maeda, it's one of the frustrations of the modern offside rule. But Celtic won't complain. Engels will take an out swinging corner this time, and indeed he does. They're usually on the money, but Rangers defend it well.
Yeah, sure, good header.
He puts them in good areas though, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't have. He's a good player, and he's certainly shown that in the first 20 minutes here. I think he's been excellent every time the ball goes to him. He's aware of what's round about him. His touch, his movement's very, very good, and he's got quality. Greg Taylor for me is the one that needs to really step up a little bit. I think he's been a bit slack in the opening 20 minutes for me.
Yeah, does well on this occasion.
Don't panic there, do they? Because McGregor takes the ball, tight area, so does Taylor, so does Carter Vickers, right in the back line. No problem to them. That's why they're so good, Celtic, so far ahead of everybody.
Callum McGregor and Nicholas Raskin with a bit of pushing and shoving in the middle of the park. It was Raskin who committed the foul on Rio Hatate, I think. I
told you yesterday, all these little things that run in game between the players, they all come to a head when they face off against each other. McGregor wouldn't have liked what happened at Ibrox the last time, or what happened at Celtic Park, and he knows Raskin's a key player, key influence for Rangers. He's going at him here.
Raskin's a terrific player, but he does this stuff too often as if he's playing to the Rangers gallery here, and he's going to end up in trouble.
Both just getting a talking to. I suppose Callum McGregor carries the captain's allowance to speak to the referee.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to implement that these days. And
Dalziel
and Maeda's just nicked it off Tavernier in the touch line, but it's a bit slack because they tried to find Adamida on the edge of the box.
I think Celtic are a bit guilty of that so far. That just a final pass, that wee 5-yard pass, it's a bit slack just now. But it's settled into a good game. I think Celtic are starting to be the better of the sides. I thought the Rangers got out the traps very well, but Celtic are starting to find that passing rhythm, but they just need to be a little bit more careful with the final pass for me.
Yeah, Liam Scales missed an initial ball and had to just recover and head it out for a throw in about midway inside the Celtic half. Czerny is going to win a free kick in a good crossing position.
Well, this is Celtic and set pieces again. Raskin will be in about this. Scales and Carter Vickers will need to be alert.
That's a free kick. Taylor rash, yeah. He just doesn't need to go on the back.
He's not had the best of starts, Taylor. I like Taylor. I think he's a very good player. I think he's been a great sign for Celtic, but he's not had the best of starts for me.
So Rangers are going to put this into the box. They will look to take advantage of these situations. Celtic have maybe a bit more possession and carved out a couple of openings, but Rangers do look dangerous when they get in these areas, and James Tavernier's delivery is usually a good one, and it is in the back of the net.
That looks a free kick to me, is it?
With M&D Green Pharmacy.
Nicholas Raskin again. Rangers 1, Celtic 0.
To be fair, I did say set piece. Raskin will be in about this. Scales and Carter Vickers will have to be alert, and they were not.
It comes from Greg Taylor getting away a really silly free kick, but there's still a lot to do.
After that.
Yes, I was going to say that. They've still got a lot to do. Rangers there.
Oh, he might be offside.
We
don't know yet,
does he?
because we can't see in front. They'll put the lines down, but Raskin might be offside here. There's certainly going to be a check on that. I think there's a strong chance he's offside, but we'll have a look, because you never know once the lines go on.
I'll tell you who'll be praying he's offside. Ralston Ralston's all over the place there.
Could Sinisalo have done better, Mark?
I'm not sure Ralston's all over the place.
But
Ralston's held his position because Raskin's in behind him. Engels gets blocked, or Engels thinks he's fouled as well.
The one thing I can't see from the still is where is Dalziel Maeda, because he's somewhere.
Oh yeah, in the first
in there.
Maeda's the first man.
I think that's his red boot.
Yeah.
Maybe, but listen, that's why the lines are there. That's why the technology's there.
That looks close to me.
I agree with you, Gordon Duncan. I think Sinisalo could have got a stronger hand on that.
It's certainly a warning. You know, see if you're Celtic, you're not expecting Raskin to be in the middle of your defence, out jumping your defenders and putting the ball in the back of his head.
But he did it the last game.
Yeah, I know that. I know he done it from the corner.
Engels certainly jumps up though. If you see it from behind the goal, and he's claiming that Engels is foul, Engels goes down, and that's maybe where the space comes from. But you're right, we cannot see Maeda from that camera angle to see if he's playing him on. That's going to be the one.
Yes, anyway, as it stands, it's Rangers 1, Celtic 0. There will be a check. Nick Walsh.
It's offside,
and
isn't
it is offside. It stays Rangers 0, Celtic 0.
So good defending from Celtic. Good line. Brave. Kept up. I mean, it is the danger. You've got a highlight like that. If you see Engels as a second from back, I think Raskin comes in front of him. He goes down as well.
From that image,
and see, to be fair,
look offside.
To be fair, the boot that I thought was was Maeda's, I think is Barami's anyway. Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah,
on the far side, you can see the black sock. So there we go, offside, Rangers 0, Celtic 0, but yet another warning sign from balls into the box, Hugh.
Yeah, they're simply not good enough at defending their box.
But hold on a minute. They are. Because that's a line that catches the opposition offside. So you can't say they're not good enough when it's worked.
Well,
he's got the tracksuit on.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's worked on. Yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah. So if you don't get the contact in the box because you're trying to play an offside line, now if they get it wrong, it's millimetres, then you can claim. But they get it right.
You got your stopwatch with you today?
It's in the car.
Is it? Well, get it in here.
I carry it everywhere with me.
Anyway,
never know what you need time.
They've had the warning then. Let me put it that way. They've had the warning.
That's fair.
So if it happens again, then I'll turn to you and say, what are you all about? I
think you're right with the warning and just giving away stupid fouls in an area where you've got somebody like Tavernier who can put it in a dangerous area. So they just need to be careful.
Because if you're Celtic and you've got to this stage in the game, you must know, Gordon, that that's the bit of the game that you're struggling with. Not the balance of play, not the finding space, it's when the ball gets put into your box. So surely your priority becomes to just limit those opportunities.
Yeah, and I think every time Rangers get a free kick or a corner, they fancy it. And Celtic, for me, Mark's right. You can look at that and say, well, we've worked on that in training, we're holding our line, and it's worked perfectly for them because it is offside. Let's not be kidded here. But I think what Hugh said there is a little warning sign. You've got to defend a lot better.
Well, chance for Celtic to put the ball into the box. Diomande brought down James Forrest. It was slack from Jeffy initially, just giving possession away.
So here's the man for the dead ball delivery, Arne Engels.
Yeah, Arne Engels will try and shape this into that area in behind. And let's see what Rangers' line looks like. Liam Kelly,
very similar,
just poised and waiting. And it's a poor ball this time from Arne Engels. We've praised him, he started the game well, but he got that one all wrong.
Yeah, it's a poor ball. It's good pressing.
That is great pressing.
Yeah, Barami puts him. Is it Barami puts him under a little bit of pressure?
You don't want to be Engels there, running towards your own goal, nobody behind you, it's bouncing under pressure. Rangers win the ball back.
Engels does not too badly to get it up the line, but it does go to a Rangers player and they're able to come away with possession.
Smashing game though.
Yeah, it's been good enough, hasn't it?
Almost half an hour in now, and both sides have had moments to regret.
Cameron Carter-Vickers is just looking to take it for a walk, and he does really well, but Engels just can't flick it through. It hits Barron's face. There's a half-hearted claim for handball, and Nicholas Raskin does brilliant. He's going to get it brought back for the foul, I think.
Yeah, really good from him there. You can just see opportunities opening up there for Celtic, but they just can't.
Did you think McGregor was trying to lay one on him there?
100%. He was trying to go for him.
Yeah, he just tries to just clip him there.
Raskin does well.
Brilliant.
Really shirk off the challenge.
The Rangers players are furious that Callum McGregor or Greg Taylor don't receive a booking. The only thing, it's clearly an attempt from Nick Walsh, because It's a similar challenge that Diomande just got punished for on James Forrest, isn't it?
Yeah.
There was no card on either occasion.
Yeah. But you could see what McGregor was thinking after that little scuffle.
Anyway, free kick Rangers, but inside their own half, and they're in absolutely no hurry. Just going to launch this one long.
Why not? They're getting a big success from the. Oh, he's played it very wide indeed.
Tavernier does well there.
It doesn't.
Maeda gets caught underneath that.
Tavernier's done very well against Maeda in open 30 minutes here, I've got to say. Because we all know that, Tavernier used to have
we've been there, haven't we?
Nightmares about Maeda. So far, he's handled them very well indeed.
Yeah, it's out to the Rangers' right as Czerny comes in off that side, as he often does. It's a great interception from James Forrest just when Nicholas Raskin was waiting, but it's going to be a corner to Rangers.
Well, again,
a bit hurried there from Engels.
They've had the warning, Celtic, so Czerny to put the ball in, and
Tavernier will put this on top of him, surely.
Right.
Yeah, Tavernier with the right foot. It's got to be right on top of
Yep.
In that 6-yard box, he'll be aiming for to go and cause real problems here.
From set pieces so far, Rangers have hit the bar and scored, which was ruled out for offside. So a chance to try and go one better this time. 2 hands in the air from Tavernier to signal his intent, but Nick Walsh is going to halt things first.
I've
old
always-
talk. No more.
I've always wondered what the 2 hands were for. It's going in the same place, whether
But it won't be.
1 hand or 2.
Coach, come on, coach, tell him.
Gone right into the goalkeeper's 2 hands.
What's the 2 hands for? What's that?
Front post area, I bet you. There we go.
Front post area.
Middle of the 6.
Oh, little coach didn't have him there, did it?
Yeah,
It's actually
Good
well
defending from Celtic.
Really
That's
well
a bit
defended.
better. Yeah, that's a bit better. Because that's a good ball into a dangerous area. So good defending from Celtic's back line.
Yeah, I think Carter Vickers heads it clear, and one thing you've still got with James Forrest is that composure mark. He knows he probably can't really take it anywhere. He's not really going to make anything happen, but can you hold on to it long enough that it's not damaging for you?
Really good from him, just getting up the line, and now Celtic out all of a sudden.
That's too easy. That's too easy.
Yeah, there's a lot of space for Celtic.
There's that ball
it's
again.
A great pass over to Dalziel Maeda.
Brilliant.
It's a nice one
yes.
for Greg Taylor, but he can't quite get his feet sorted, and it goes out for a corner.
I don't know why he just doesn't flash that across.
Is he trying to cut it back to someone?
I think so, but I think the move is flowing in one direction that much that he has to just flash it right across the face.
We've seen that defending again there from Carter Vickers. Good header. But how many times Ralston tried that diagonal to Maeda? They've obviously worked on that in training.
He's had a few to Greg Taylor as well, Ralston, from in his own defensive third.
So corner Celtic, Arne Engels again in swinging. This time Rangers have defended these very well so far. It's a good delivery and it hits the bar. Both sides have hit the top of the woodwork. It's Cameron Carter Vickers' turn. Very similar.
See,
and I wonder,
Kelly get a hand on it.
That's a brilliant save then from Liam Kelly. Although it really should have been offside. Adam Eder's right on top of the goalkeeper, so it really should have been offside, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Does save it. Yeah, it should have been offside. Eder's standing right there.
Why is he not giving offside there?
Obviously not seen it.
Yeah, just in there. And you're not going to. It's not like a VAR check or anything because it's not ended up in a goal. So it'll be frustrating though because it does go to another corner. So if this one was to come to something,
yeah, I think Rangers would have every right to complain.
I think Eder should adjust his position though.
Yeah, he's out now.
He's out now. Yeah.
It's another header, but it strikes Leon Balogun, and it's going to be a foul and a free kick to Rangers.
The offside.
That's the old cynical one that says.
I missed the first one. Yeah. He's had a whisper in his ear, I think.
Let's make sure this one doesn't come to. I would never suggest such a thing about match officials.
I just say that Eder has to adjust his position then,
He's
because
offside
he can obviously see Rangers are having no one on the line or the post, so he needs to come off the goalkeeper quicker.
A couple of good contacts from Celtic in the Rangers penalty box, but still goalless. 35 gone, Rangers 0, Celtic 0. It's been lively, Hugh. Now both sides have hit the bar. Rangers have had a goal disallowed. Celtic have had 1 or 2 openings.
If you're a Rangers supporter, you're thinking, why can't they play like this in games that don't involve Celtic?
That's what the supporters have been asking all season, Hugh.
Yeah, but as I say, Celtic can walk away from Ibrox with no points and still be 14 ahead of Rangers.
Inconsistency is a big problem with Rangers.
Not saying it's this simple though, or it's forgivable, but we have said it before. There's a tactical thing as well, though, isn't there? Where you're not the team that's expected to have the ball, so you can go and disrupt things a bit more rather than.
Well, that's their game, isn't it? They're not like Celtic. They don't want to ping the ball about and be patient and get back the way.
Excellent.
Brilliant there, because shooters all over him. It's a big high loopy ball.
Taylor fell.
Greg Taylor is having one. He's having one.
It'll be
great
ball in.
Good
save.
Very good hold from Sinisalo when the cross came in. Celtic were breaking and Greg Taylor didn't. He wasn't fouled. He just sort of tripped over, and it caused Celtic one or two problems.
I think Sinisalo's been impressive.
Yep.
He's handling, but he's kicking as well.
Oh, it's nice from James. Adamida gets in the way.
He's got lucky here.
It was for Dalziel Maeda, but Adamida gets in the way, then gets the shot, but falls over.
You could see him winding up the shot right away, and I'm thinking surely he's not going to take that on. It's kind of moving away towards the corner flag on his left.
I thought that looked like a good pass from Forrest to Maeda as well.
Yeah, he's looking to pick him out, and Ida gets the break of the ball. I think he's got to do a little bit better.
On the subject,
it's on his weaker foot, right enough.
On the subject of left backs, is Jeffy struggling a bit on the other side? I feel like he's given it away a couple of times.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Forrest he's been good up against him, and Engels has robbed him a couple of times. You've just not seen him getting forward from a Rangers point of view.
Sinisalo's kick's not brilliant that time, not terrible, but Conor Barron picks up,
Taylor,
and it's really good from Taylor.
Yeah.
Just waiting for Maeda to get in his bike, but fair play to Tavernier. He's matched him quite a few times. He's not giving him that space to run in behind, but here is the Japanese attacker on the corner of the box.
Surely that's a foul, isn't it? And Taylor just pushed over.
He's taking his time to get back to his feet. Greg Taylor, as Hitate's ball in, is half cleared. The two Belgians battling. It's Engels who comes out on top. It's all very compact, it's all very narrow.
Yeah, certainly Celtic don't like to play that way. They like having everybody filling those spaces across the pitch. See Engels just try to get out there.
Yeah, Callum McGregor will be forced back the way. It's controlled from Celtic. It's quite sustained, but they would want a little bit more. As Ralston, I think there's just too much on it, and the goalkeeper's going to come and collect that easily.
I know it's easy. It's easy from here.
I think he's in a bit of pain here, Liam Kelly.
Ooh.
That's a poor ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy from here because you can see where you should put it. He just needs to feed that in. He does off the back of Balogun. There's a collision there from Tavernier and Kelly. I'm just looking at Taylor here. It's got to be. Landed just pulls him back. Is it inside the box?
It's inside the box. Greg Taylor, you can lip read. He's saying I'm running into the box, and he was pulled back. I'm trying to think I think the attacking phase of play would have broken down, so I'm not sure it's something they would look at. Diomande taking a risk there, is he?
Just no need to do that.
Yeah.
Laziness almost that he doesn't want to run back with him.
Oh, there's a man there.
Surely not.
Yeah, next Rangers manager on the stand.
Surely not.
Neil Warnock in the director's box.
He's a well-known Rangers fan, right enough. He's got a home in Rothsay and is a self-declared Rangers supporter, so that's why he's there. I rule him out of the manager's job.
Okay,
see, if it wasn't for that stint at Aberdeen, it could have been him.
I know.
It could have been. Anyway, we're back underway. Liam Kelly's actually fine. Maybe just fancied a rest. 38 minutes gone, still goalless, and it's been a really fascinating game. Celtic with some decent possession and one or two openings, but nothing too clear cut. Similarly, Rangers haven't really carved anything out, but a couple of set pieces are causing chaos. James Forrest will come away with it here, and he just can't dig it out for Dalziel and Maeda before Jeffy gets in the way.
It's just that final pass.
Story of the half.
I think it does look quite sticky from both teams. It can't be. The pitch looks brilliant. I'm sure it's all watered and all the rest, but everybody seems to underhit things. Now here come Rangers into the box. Good defending, Liam Scales. Corner.
He's claiming for offside there, Scales, but I don't think he was. He does well just to delay him enough to get the block in, but that's right. It's been the story of the half. Just you can see the openings from where we are and we're watching it on the screen, and the runs are there. It's just that final pass, people leaving it short.
So Václav Černy's going to go over. He's going to swing one in left-footed. Rangers clearly with a determination to put some on top of the Celtic defence, because it's usually James Tavernier from any side really. Černy's ball is not great.
Poor. You got to miss a front man.
Callum McGregor clears at the front post.
Yeah, that's what any coach will tell you. Miss the front man. You've got to give your defenders and strikers a chance to go and attack the ball.
Tavernier puts one in, and it is. It's decent. And there's a header from John Souttar, but always going to be hard to score from there.
He's so good at that, Tavernier. When it's on the move, the ball in front of him, just not even hesitating, just putting it right into a dangerous area. Souttar's the guy you want up there. No heading it back, but he is too far out.
Yeah, Rio Hatate is over on that left, or is it Greg Taylor? Sorry, I think I'm getting my wires crossed. Celtic look to press, not with huge urgency, but Liam Kelly is just going to kick it away under pressure, and it's a brilliant kick from Liam Kelly out to Jefty.
I think Rangers have played that well from out from the back today. I think they've looked a bit more composed.
Yeah,
you know, breaking the Celtic press as Raskin comes.
Yeah, good run, Raskin. Gives it to Cherny. You know what he's going to try.
Well,
over the top.
Good play from Rangers, from goalkeeper to left back to the other side. Worked it well. Poor execution though at the end.
Being quiet, Journey.
Yeah, Dessers, we've not seen anything from Dessers. I've actually was looking there to see if he was still on the pitch. Barami, all he's doing is trying to match McGregor all over the pitch. He looks like he's been given a man-to-man job. And if you look at Celtic, on the other hand, I think Maeda's not had an impact. I don't think Ada's done particularly well.
I'm telling you, get the underhit pass counter on, because it is happening every 2 seconds.
Mainly to Adamida.
Yeah, mostly. He's racking up most of them. Nice little triangle this from Celtic, just keeping good possession. Hatate's under pressure and he tries to force
he's thinking,
You can see what he's trying.
It was good from Celtic there. Tight little passes, brought Rangers over. Just to pass to the other side was poor.
Just on the subject of Dessers, I can see one or two grumbles on social media that Hamza Igaman hasn't started for Rangers, Gordon. We are often guilty in this country of over-analysing things, but would you say maybe Barry Ferguson's not as sold on Hamza Igaman as some of the Rangers fans are?
No, I think that's right, because in a big game like this, if you are sold on him, he would probably start. See, to be fair, I've highlighted Dessers. He's not been involved in the game at all, but I would have certainly started him, because I think he is your biggest threat. But he's went for Barami instead of
It's
Igaman.
nice from James Forrest, all the experience in the world to just wriggle away from Jefty.
But he's got to. Maeda's got to do a bit of movement. He's looking up if to say, give me a pass, give me something to hit here.
Do you not think Ida just takes his space? If Forrest has done the left back there, just let him run with it. You stay in the middle of the pitch. Ida kind of clogs his space, so Forrest has to stop and come in.
Here's my big bold prediction as we approach half-time team talks. Barry Ferguson is annoyed with Jefty. Can you see the body language every time he misses the ball or misplaces a pass?
Doesn't it help that he's on his side as well, so he sees everything right in front of him?
I think Jefty might be feeling the brunt of that when the half-time whistle goes.
And for Greg Taylor, is he wondering if Jeffrey Schlupp will take his place in the second half?
I think that would be unlikely, wouldn't it, at half-time?
I don't think any teams will make any substitutions, Gordon. The one thing is, I think it's been an enjoyable first half, but I'd like to see a little bit more action.
Oh, it's nice. Celtic are through the middle here. Adamida is shrugged off John Souttar, and it's well saved. Liam Kelly, that is the biggest chance by a mile that we've had. Beautiful pass through the middle from Rio Hatate. Adamida was bearing down on goal, but Kelly makes the save.
Never looked confident, did he?
No.
Never looked confident at all when he went through there.
Oh, what another
big chance for Celtic as the ball was flashed in early, but it is cleared away, and Barami will try and launch a counter-attack for Rangers. Biggest chance we've had, Hugh.
Yeah,
he should do better. Yeah, but he never looked confident.
For me,
chance.
Great chance.
Now a chance to Real Dessers.
The man I told you.
Flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy.
These games are all about moments, and Rangers have taken theirs. Celtic went 1-on-1 at the other end and missed, and then up pops Cyril Dessers 1 minute before the break. It's Rangers 1, Celtic 0.
Well, it's been coming, and we said, Gordon said earlier, he was checking to see if Dessers was still on the park, and that's Dessers' game. You don't know he's there, but when you say that the minutes, Gordon, Ida has got to do much better. He's been poor, but as I said earlier on, Celtic are stuck with him because there's nobody to come and take his place.
Great play from Dessers, but I've got to say Scales has got to do better for a defender.
Yeah.
But take nothing away. I said earlier that you were talking about Igman. I would always start at Dessers. I think he's his best chance to get a goal. I like the guy. I think he knows where the back of the net is. He's been quiet, but that chance has come to him, and all of a sudden he's put his side in front. It's a brilliant finish.
Mark, it's a similar chance. It's no better a chance than Adam Ida's at the other end. One number 9 doesn't take theirs, and the other one does.
Oh, sliding doors moment there. Ida just tries to dink Kelly, and it comes off his shoulder. Good save from Kelly, but Dessers, great striker play. Got to say, Tierney in front of him, the little over, very intelligent, and Dessers still got a lot to do. But I think you're right. I think Scales has to be stronger there, but take nothing away from Dessers.
Does Scales have to dip his left foot? Can he not just stay? Just try and stay with Cyril Dessers, Gordon, because he's all left-footed. Liam Scales, he comes across with his wrong foot. Does he need to try and win it?
No, and the minute he does try and win it, he takes himself out the game. I think he's got to defend better, but I think you've got to give credit to the striker. It's great play from Dessers. That's what he's got in his locker. He's not got a lot of time to think about it. He knows where Scales is. He knows he's got the beating of him, and he just slides it by the goalkeeper. Brilliant finish from good goal.
25th of the season for Cyril Dessers.
Not a bad return, is it?
Yeah.
It's not a bad return for someone who I said would finish top goal scorer in all competitions.
You love dropping that in.
But at the other end, Celtic light today, no Jota, no Kuhn. You lose Maeda's effectiveness, he's out wide, and you have to play Ida, and he's not up to it.
We said, Mark, that these fixtures are really about moments. If that had gone 0-0 half time, I think Brendan Rodgers is probably quite satisfied with the way his team have done up to a point. Not brilliant, but up to a point. But you miss your chance and Rangers take theirs, and all of a sudden everything looks so different.
Oh, without doubt, because that move from Celtic there, I thought the game was building up towards that you could just see the gaps opening up, and they work it brilliantly through Hatate. Good run from Ida, and all it's missing really is the finish. By the way, again, it is a good save from Kelly. Kelly's out and it comes out, he spreads himself and it hits him.
But he should never have been allowed the opportunity.
Perhaps not, but it's not as if he blazed it over the bar. The goalkeeper saved it.
He should have buried it.
He didn't look confident.
Half time, let's go and speak to Marvin Bartley and Andrew McLean.
Rangers 1, Celtic 0, the half-time score. Chances at both ends, but a story of two big chances at the end of that half. Adam Ida missing his, Cyril Dessers scoring his, and it means the hosts have the lead at the break. It was a good start from Rangers, less than a minute in. They could have taken the lead. It was a James Tavernier corner, whipped into a really good area. Leon Balogun had a lot of time and space, but his header came crashing off the bar. Rangers then had a breakaway a few minutes later. Černý with a deflected strike that looked into the air, had to be tipped over by Viljami Sinisalo from the resulting corner. It went back out to that side, back into the box again. Nicholas Raskin with a header that had to be stopped by Sinisalo as well. Celtic settled a bit more after that, but at that point couldn't really muster more than an Adam Ida block shot. Whereas for Rangers, they'd looked pretty decent. Set pieces had looked good for them as well, and they thought they'd taken the lead from 125 minutes in. Nicholas Raskin's header from a deep free kick made its way past Sinisalo. He wheeled away in celebration in front of the Celtic supporters, but those celebrations were short-lived when a VAR check flashed up on the big screen. The lines were drawn, Raskin offside, goal did not stand. Then at the other end, Liam Kelly had to make a good save to deny Cameron Carter-Vickers from a Celtic corner. Then just before the break, Adam Ida was sent through by Rio Hatate. He managed to shrug off John Souttar. A really good opportunity one-on-one with Liam Kelly, but just not enough conviction in the finish at all. He tried to dink it over the Rangers goalkeeper. He managed to make the save, and then a few moments later the conviction was there at the other end. Rangers working the ball up the park. The ball was played through into the box. Václav Černý did really well just to step over it and made sure it went into the path of Cyril Dessers. He got the better of Liam Scales, and it was a calm finish across Sinisalo, which means at half time the score is Rangers 1, Celtic 0. What have you taken away from that half of football, Marvin Bartley?
Well, one striker can finish chances and the other can't. You know, and what's been a fairly even half between the two teams, this came down to either missing his opportunity and Dessers scoring at the other end. from a Rangers point of view, they'll be absolutely delighted in terms of, going in at half-time at 1-0. The Diamonds actually worked not too badly for them, but for me that's been more down to Celtic. Greg Taylor and Anthony Ralston, the positions they're taking up have been absolutely poor. Brendan Rodgers is constantly speaking to Ralston about in possession and out of possession. It seems he wants to play it right back and he doesn't want to defend, he doesn't want to get on the ball and doesn't want to go forward. James Forrest is having to do far too much running. It got to about 27 minutes in that half and Brendan Rodgers said to Forrest, just stay up and try and keep Jeffrey back and let Anthony Ralston come and get on the ball, but he's going inverted. Brendan Rodgers is telling him to stay wide. When you play against a Diamond, your two fullbacks are so important. They're always the out ball, but I don't think either of them have been good enough in possession.
Cyril Dessers with the goal that is the telling one in the first half of this game at Ibrox at half time. It's Rangers 1, Celtic 0.
And Marvin, we always spend all week analysing these games and we go round and round, and you sometimes overlook the fact that it can just be down to moments. Celtic probably were enjoying their best period of the game. They look like the team that might score, they get their chance, but Adam Ida doesn't do his business and Cyril Dessers does for his 25th of the season.
Yeah, as the guys were saying there, Adam Ida running through, at no point did I think he's going to put that ball in the back of the net. He didn't seem confident at all. He's barely touched the ball within that first half, and it was no surprise to see Liam Kelly pull off the save. And then equally going the other end, Diamande drives forward with the ball. Anthony Ralston has to go and engage. James Forrest is working ever so hard to get back with Jeffy. You can see that James Forrest is goal side of him. But instead, Ralston backs off. It's a great ball fired in from Diamande. Cherney steps over the ball. I know the guys are talking about Liam Scales in terms of in there with Dessers. I think he tries to make the tackle. If he's any more physical with him, I think Dessers will go down. But take nothing away. It's a brilliant finish and puts Rangers 1-0 up. But as I said, Celtic for me, in possession just haven't been good enough. It's so disjointed from the middle third to the final third. Greg Taylor and Ralston have been going back far too often. And honestly, I would not be surprised to see Jeffrey Stroop get on this pitch at half-time.
Well, a big second half coming up, but first the half-time team talks, and then we'll be back.
The winning team, all season long. This is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel are in the studio at half-time. It sits Rangers 1, Celtic 0. Just before the break, Cyril Dessers getting the goal seconds after Adam Ida passed up a big chance for Celtic, and it is advantage Barry Ferguson's side once again in this fixture. Let's go back to Ibrox, where Marvin Bartley has watched the first half. Marvin, sometimes you can get a feel for it looking at who's out on the pitch. Any changes imminent, do we think?
No, which surprises me. All the Celtic subs are out here just doing a warm-up. None of them are going any harder than anyone else. Normally you see an individual maybe go away and do something a little bit more strenuous on the body, getting ready for the second half, which, as I said, really does surprise me, because I do think Greg Taylor and even Anthony Ralston, I think they both struggled in that first half, and if Celtic can get something out of the second half, they're going to be vital to it, as I said, playing against a Diamond.
Yeah, and as for Rangers, I suppose it's the old thing about goals changing games, because you watched Barry Ferguson as well, Marvin. He looked frustrated at times. He looked particularly frustrated with Jeff Day. We saw him gesticulating a few times, but all of a sudden it feels a lot better in that dressing room for him.
Yeah, exactly that. Barron as well, he was frustrated with him at times. I think Jeff Day will be looked forward to the second half when he's far away from Barry Ferguson, because you're completely right. Everything he did in that first half, Barry Ferguson has something to say to him. But as you said, going in at 1-0, he'll be absolutely delighted with that. We'll give the players a boost and we'll get some more tactical stuff across to them. I imagine he'll be saying, listen, just let Ralston and Greg Taylor have the ball. As harsh as that does sound, they're the two that aren't in range at this moment in time. And from his point of view, in terms of his players, he'll say, listen, if we get opportunities, we've got a man at the top end who looks in the mood to put them away.
I suppose Hugh, Brendan Rodgers now might be caught in between the two mindsets, where Marvin thinks maybe he should change something, but he might look at it and think, well, those are actually fine margins in which we could have been ahead, so do you rip up the game plan? Difficult to know which way he'll lean.
I think he should be concerned by the defence in general. We all remember the television moment at Dundee, 3-3 draw that Celtic had there, when Brendan referred to his defence by using 3 words. The first 2 were weak as. The third one I can't use because it's a family show. But it's a recurring theme for Celtic. They're simply not formidable enough at the back, and the fullbacks are largely having a bit of a nightmare today. Carter Vickers and Scales, not on it today, which is why Dessers got his goal. So it's a worry. Rangers have struck the bar. VAR has disallowed another goal for Rangers, and they have scored a legitimate goal. So there's a recurring theme, a recurring source of concern. And up front, they're light, Celtic. Ida doesn't do it for me, and should have scored, should have buried it before Rangers scored at the other end. James Forrest has played admirably well for the 34-year-old veteran. He's been all over the park and he has been the best man up front. Maeda, very quiet, and perhaps there's a school of thought that he could go through the middle, but what do you do with Ida? You're just stuck with him. So they're light up front, Celtic, and that's why I think they'll struggle.
It has felt quite even though, Mark, I suppose, because Celtic hit the bar similarly with Carter Vickers to Leon Balogun. As we said, it's just about, I guess, being clinical. And if it's the other way around, we're probably having a discussion about Rangers fullbacks and so on. If those chances go the opposite way.
I was going to say, if I'm Brendan Rodgers, I don't think I'd be as concerned as Hugh or what Marvin's saying there. I think Celtic, after the first 5 minutes, took control of the game. You could see that they were moving the ball. I thought they were pretty comfortable. I mean, the ball goes in the back of the net for asking. It's offside. It's a well worked line from Celtic. They hit the bar. Okay, that can happen. But apart from that, did Rangers create anything? And it was off the back of Celtic's best openings. The one Ida should score, no doubt about it. He should score, should do better. And then straight from the corner kick, it's another opportunity that Rangers break and take their opportunity well. But in the large part, overall, playing the game, I think Celtic would be happy. I think they need to sharpen up some of those passes in the final third. I think that's what Brendan Rodgers will be disappointed about. But I think in terms of their midfield and their back line, Hugh's right to point out Forrest. I think he's done well. Ida and Maeda slightly quieter, but in the final third, if they're a bit sharper, there is gaps to exploit in the Rangers backline.
Having said all that, Gordon Dalziel, Cyril Dessers, 25 for the season. And it's funny because the people who want to look beyond the numbers, quite rightly at times, will say, yeah, but he needs loads of chances to get those goals and he misses some big chances. But actually today has been a lesson in efficiency because he has been extremely quiet. I'm not saying it's his fault. We've really not seen him. One chance, one goal.
Well, I did mention it for literally 5 minutes before he put the ball in the back of the net. I said we've not seen anything of Dessers at all. But I like that as a striker. He's a striker there. He's not getting service. He's not been involved in the game. And he's just waiting for that one opportunity. That one opportunity came to him, and I thought he handled it brilliantly. I thought that was a good striker's goal. Very well composed, knows where skills is, he's strong, takes on his left foot, gives the goalkeeper absolutely no chance, and puts his team in front. I agree with Mark on the Celtic situation. I think they need to sharpen the pass up. I think that Brendan Rodgers will be looking for them to be a little bit more sharper, a little bit more clinical in the final third as well. But I still think this game's finally in the balance. As Celtic come out in the second half, they could easily go and dominate the game and go and win it. Whereas Rangers, you know what they're all about, and the Dessers shows if you give him an opportunity, yes, he misses chances, but today he looks in the mood to put it in the back of the net.
Brendan Rodgers' problem is that the longer the game goes on, if he doesn't get an equaliser, the longer the game goes on, he's got nothing to fall back on. The bench is very light indeed. If you have Paulo Bernardo, then he's a downgrade on the three who are in the middle of the park. I'd be astonished if we put Johnny Kenny on in an Old Firm game. Ida will just have to.
Yang is the only one you could see being introduced, and we know your mixed feelings on that topic, but on a serious note, he would be, wouldn't he?
I don't really have mixed feelings. I don't think he's up to playing for Celtic. He had 1 half hour at St Mirren where he was absolutely sensational on a Saturday evening when Big Marv sent me the text, and he scored 2 goals, made one for Dalziel and Maeda, and was terrific. But if he is put on, he is not only your last resort, but it's a sign that all hope has gone.
I think Hugh's a little bit unfair on him. I know what he's saying. He is a frustrating player. I don't think he showed his best at Celtic, but I think there's something about him. I think he's got good ability. I like him when he's positive. If he comes onto the pitch and he's positive and he goes at the defenders, he certainly got the ability to cause you problems. Of that, there's no doubt. I think he may be looking at that in the next 15-20 minutes, but I think he'll stick with the original 11. He'll tweak one or two things in the dressing room. He will be asking them to sharpen up in the final third with the passes. I think he'll be asking a little bit more from Maeda down the left-hand side as well. I think he'll be talking to Greg Taylor saying, look, you need to sharpen your game up here. And they'll see what the response is. On the other hand, Rangers have got good options as well. They'll look at their bench. Iggerman, as we touched on, Hadji, guys like that. So I'll be able to see.
Andrew McLean, here come the teams.
Yeah, Callum McGregor, the first out the tunnel, followed by his Celtic teammates. All 8 of Celtic's outfield substitutes were out there warming up, so there won't be any changes for them going into this second half. And it's James Tavernier that leads the Rangers players out alongside John Souttar, Connor Barron and Liam Kelly. The rest following, and there is Cyril Dessers making his way out the tunnel. A man who splits opinion, doesn't he, across Rangers supporters, but he has the vital goal in this game. And Marvin Bartley, you just wonder how Barry Ferguson's team talk will have altered slightly, because this game will mean so much to him, because he may well feel that this will be his final Old Firm match in charge of Rangers. You wonder how he'll be feeling down on the touchline for the second half.
Well, he'll be delighted, won't he, with them being 1-0 up 100%, and probably a good thing about it, he knows his team have got more as well. You know, he'll expect more out of them. He'll have worked on some things in there tactically, but when you're in a winning position, it's always easy to have your team talk and to get your players believing in what you're trying to do. Again, as I said, you know, they're trying to get the ball to Dessers. Can you get it to him in the box? He's shown there that he has the quality to put the ball in the back of the net.
Nick Walsh blows his whistle, and Arnie Engels gets us underway for the second half.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Goal Flashes with M&D Green Pharmacy. Get your essential medicines and vaccines before you head off on holiday.
Who's going to offer it? Somebody has to offer the cliche, but the next goal been very important.
Next goal's the winner.
Because it's true though that these things become cliche for a reason, Hugh.
If Rangers do go 2 up, there's no way back for Celtic. Not in the way they're playing right now. So, but if Celtic equalise, then of course we've got a game in our hands. But if Rangers score next, it's finished.
I can't disagree with that, Mark. I don't feel confident enough, but at the same time, Celtic came from behind to level the game at Celtic Park, probably having played worse than this in the first half.
Yeah, I think Brendan Rodgers' message would just to be relaxed, you know, keep calm, keep doing what they're doing, but at the top end of the pitch, sharpen up a bit, and that's basically it. But they've shown it's at the back there that they're a bit slack. Liam Scales trying to pick a pass and getting cut out, so they just need to be careful, because that's all it takes early in this half. A misplaced pass, and Rangers don't need to do much to get the second goal and kill the game off.
Must be some relief that when you're a goalkeeper and you slip as you go to kick it, but it still ends up 50 yards up the pitch.
I've seen 1 or 2 players slipping. Obviously they've watered the pitch, but Celtic, Marco was right. I think Celtic, Brendan Rodgers will be looking for a bit of a response in the second half here, a bit sharper with the passing. That's a good ball from Scales.
Yeah, it's nice from Scales.
Playing out to the wide areas here.
Here comes James Forrest. He's got Ralston outside him. He's going to flash it across, but Jeff Day cuts out for a corner.
There you are, patient all the way through, just moving Rangers, and then bang out the other side. Good run from Ralston, but Forrest might have just held on to that a wee bit just to give him a chance to get round. But good play from Celtic.
Yeah, it was a very early pass out, wasn't it, to Anthony Ralston, who didn't do loads wrong. I think we've got a bit of credit to Jeffy for getting his body
it was good defending
in the right place.
Give Celtic an opportunity to test Rangers' defence here.
Arnie Engels outswinger. It's well defended, John Souttar, and he's going to draw
free kick.
I actually think the ball was maybe out of play. Is that the complaint that it was out and curled back in?
Good spot,
that.
No idea whether he got that right or wrong, so it's not necessarily a comment on this one, but given everything we've seen from Maeda's incident and Iggerman, you know, you can't quite tell if the ball's in or out when it's on the ground. I'm amazed when officials are confident enough to call those. Fair play to them.
He is standing right there as a dead ball, so it's much easier when it swings out.
So,
you know,
I know what you're saying, but talking about perspective.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway,
just when you mentioned the Iggerman's name there, you know, that's where Rangers have it over Celtic today, I think, because they can bring on Iggerman. Celtic's bench is very light.
Yeah, no Jota, no Kuhn, no Alistair Johnson.
No.
Celtic's options aren't what they otherwise might be.
particularly up front. James Forrest, will James last the 90 minutes? He's the best player up front for Celtic. Played very well, but will he last 90 minutes?
Yeah, Maeda's not having a bad game, Gordon. He's just not really in it.
Yeah, I've got to say, Tavernier's handled them very, very well. We know what usually happens when Maeda comes up against Tavernier. It gives him a real hard time, but I think Tavernier's handled that situation brilliantly.
But it's also gone down the other side more for Celtic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't feel like there have been loads of those kind of one-on-ones where, say, Maeda's tried to run and Tavernier's got the better. Feels like it's just not really been a feature.
Yeah, the only time the Celtic have tried to come out is when Ralston's hitting those diagonal balls, whether it's to Maeda or he's trying to pick out Taylor. But they'll be happy with keeping him quiet, because obviously he'll be there tonight to pick up Player of the Year.
Bad play that from Taylor. I think Hatate does his job. He allows Balogun to come so far, and he's almost into a blind alley there, and he just plays it down the side. Taylor has no idea that Tavernier's on the inside.
Bearing in mind that Dyson Maeda doesn't really speak much English, I don't think he would give a speech in English. Would you still look forward to his more than Fraser Wishart's tonight?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. There's no way am I sitting at that table listening to that nonsense. I will be otherwise occupied somewhere else in the building.
That's really good from Celtic. Hatate to McGregor, out to Taylor. But it's this next bit that's been missing during this game anyway. They have got out a couple of times, but not made it count, Mark.
Well, how many times? Hatate to McGregor, out to Taylor, and they've broke free. And usually you just see Taylor two-touch and play it to Maeda. Touch. I think Daz is right. Tavernier has got his distances right enough to say that on you go, play it to Maeda's feet. I've nicked it a couple of times, and the space in behind is too short to play it in behind there. So Rangers getting that spot on for once.
Yeah, Maeda has it, but he's got Tavernier and Barron for company, and it's nice from Greg Taylor. He finds Maeda, he in turn finds Ida, who thought about going down twice. I wonder if he had, if there would have been a decision to make.
There certainly would have been a decision to make. All credit to him, he tries to stay in his feet.
Celtic have lost it here, and they could be in trouble. It's going to be 3-on-3 at the back, and Anthony Ralston can't keep up. Rangers making their way towards the box, and Carter Vickers snuffs out the danger.
It's poor play from Dessers. It's a great bit. Carter Vickers, brilliant defender. It's a great opportunity for Rangers there.
It's a great example of how to delay an attack there. Carter Vickers just biding time to allow Ralston enough time to get in his heels before he makes a move forward.
But Mark, this is exactly it. This is the bit that we said before the game. Rangers' best chances come from when Celtic mess up their own chances. And Rangers are
certainly
good at that, at taking advantage.
Well, Celtic centre-halves are placed so high up when they're in possession that there's huge gaps if it breaks down. And that's what happens there. Long way to recover for the Celtic players.
Adam Ida tries to nick it past James Tavernier and can't get it. It's not really the area Celtic would want him in either, is it?
Exactly.
But it's a dreadful clearance from John Suter and out for a throw-in.
Yeah.
But good play that from Taylor. Just that ball inside. Never seen Maeda yet, and he's inside Tavernier. He actually does, I think, quite well just to nick it back to Ida. I think probably if it did go down, it would have been reviewed and probably not given.
There wasn't loads of contact.
Yeah, there wasn't loads. It's just one of those moments you think, defender has to be careful there.
Yeah, it would have been a heart and mouth moment for the majority of the fans inside Ibrox. We've played 6 or 7 over the second half, and it's kind of going just like the first. Celtic, obviously, they tend to be with a bit more of the possession and territory, but the most important stat today, and you heard Barry Ferguson during the week, he does not care a jot about the performance. He wants to win the game, and as things stand, they will. But plenty of time left.
Well, it's his last Old Firm game, and he's yet to win a match at Ibrox as interim manager.
That's right, yeah.
So he's about to do that, and
you've gone a bit early there, Hugh.
Well, no, I think he's a very good chance of doing that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Let me say it again, it's when Celtic build up and then don't get the final pass right, because here come Rangers. Celtic looked in good shape, but they can't complete it, and then Scales nips it in and clears away from Czerny.
What a chance. If you get the opportunity as a wide guy like Czerny to square up William Scales and nobody else round about you, you've got to do better than that. Scales stands his ground. He doesn't actually have to do much. Czerny just kind of runs into him.
I like the open nature of it, Gordon, because both teams look like they could score the next goal.
Yeah, I think Rangers look settled when Celtic are in the possession, come at them, then they can hit them in the counter attack. There's another good play from Rangers down the right hand side. There's certainly, I don't think this game's got to finish 1-0. I think there's goals in it. And I think the boys are right. Next goal is so important. If Rangers get it, no way back for Celtic.
Rangers just working it side to side a bit better now. Try to stretch Celtic. Celtic used to do that to other sides, but Rangers have kept it well here.
Yeah, Raskin's going to try and dribble in down the left hand side of the box. He does really well to squeeze one across. It's good defending. Carter Vickers, I wonder if Sinisalo wanted it left for him, but it's hard to suppose in those quick
You're never leaving
instances.
that. Yeah, never leaving it. Carter Vickers, experienced defender. I think Sinisalo would have gathered it, but you cannot take any chances.
So, corner Rangers. Interestingly, Václav Černý going over to take the in-swinger. We don't see that too often when James Tavernier's around.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Wonder if one hand will go up here instead of the usual two.
Oh no, sorry, it's the other side. I'm forgetting. He's gone over there. So out-swinger from Václav Černý on the left foot.
Where does Tavernier go at these ends? Does he go in the box? Where used to just
Edge of the box waiting for something to come out.
He did it in the first half. Liam Scales jumps well. Nick Walsh kind of gets in Rio Hitati's way as he tries to come towards the edge. Greg Taylor on the end of a tackle from James Tavernier. Not loads in it, but a foul against the captain.
Rangers momentum broken. Celtic there we are. Barami getting involved.
I thought
I'd forgotten Barami was on the park until I said
at
his
first
name.
look I thought Tavernier was unfortunate there. I thought he does well to get the ball. He does do well to get the ball.
Taylor's holding
it's a
his
good
shirt.
tackle.
I don't think there's much wrong with that, is there, Gordon?
No, and that's why he was so angry. But Nick Walsh seen it differently and decided to give Rangers a free kick. Celtic try to play out again.
Rio Hitati would be a nightmare to try and mark in there, wouldn't he? Mark Wilson.
He's just so good. His first touch is so good, and then swivelling and passing the ball. He's brilliant at receiving it and playing it first time as well.
His teammates are not quite up to it in the way that he is so far. Celtic did want a foul there, but it didn't come.
Yeah, Hitati's been top notch today. So composed in possession, and that's been Hitati's issue. That he plays like this sometimes, 4 and 5 games at a time like this, and then he'll go off the boil for a bit. That's a frustrating thing for Celtic fans.
Well, the Celtic fans will be growing frustrated at the lack of chances being created second half when they're a goal down. But as I said, we're approaching the hour, and where does Brendan Rodgers turn? Yeah,
I think he'll be okay just now. I don't think he'll be in a hurry just now to make substitutions.
He has spoken to Yang and Bernardo though before sending them back to warm up.
Yeah, well, I would be very surprised Yang doesn't come on the pitch.
First time we've seen Maeda into the box, but his touch is heavy. It's going to ricochet, but I don't know if it will fall to Adam Ida, and it's in the back of the net.
Goal flashes.
no.
With M&D Green Pharmacy.
It's been ruled out for something. Offside flag goes up. Rangers 1, Celtic 0. It remains, of course it will be checked. It hit someone on the way towards goal, so I wonder if that
It's a Celtic player. Does it hit a Celtic
is
player?
part of the issue. We'll take another look. So initially it was over the top. First time we've seen it. It's a heavy touch from Maeda, but Suter's clearance hits off of Maeda, falls back to Adam Ida.
Maeda's offside.
Yeah, Maeda's miles offside. But
Does
is
it
he in
hit him?
front?
Does it hit him?
Well, we're going to find out if it hits him.
It
doesn't.
It's a Rangers player.
That's going to be.
Suter.
I don't think Maeda's in Liam Kelly's line of vision. That's what you're looking for here.
That comes off John Suter.
It's not all about where that.
No way.
That's going to be a very difficult one, and it's going to be one that Nick Walsh will probably have to rule on, because it's not just about is he offside. It's about is he in front of Liam Kelly? Is he blocking Liam Kelly's vision?
Is it definitely not for the first one with Maeda as well? Behind Tavernier? No.
Oh well, listen, that could be, but just the way they slowed it down.
What a moment, though.
Is he going to the monitor here? Does he look at the monitor?
He probably will. If it's for that bit of the offence.
If it's the one with Suter, then I think Rangers will be lucky to get away with it.
So the one you're looking for is a camera angle right behind, looking straight down the barrel sort of thing, because you need to try and decide, is Maeda in front of Liam Kelly? I know he's in an offside position, but it's about more than that here.
I don't think he is. I'm with you, Daz. I think Maeda's enough to the right hand side.
He's also quite far away from Liam Kelly distance wise.
Well,
Here we go.
Goal. Rangers 1, Celtic 1. Game on at Ibrox.
Adam Ida. There he is taking his celebration. He's missed one chance in the first half, and you've got to say he does well to keep the attack alive. Once Maeda pokes it back, he's the first to react because he's on his heels, he swivels, and this time he does get his shot away, and he does get it in target, and that's all you need, coming off Suter and into the back of the net. And that was coming. I thought Celtic have been patient. Maybe that's what they were checking there, because that is tight.
I don't think
as
they
well.
I think there's
okay.
Leon Balogun in the middle.
Well, but I've got to say, that was missing the first half for me. That ball over the top, just to turn Tavernier, because Maeda's got so much pace. It's a great ball from Taylor.
And seeing fairness to the assistant, from where he is, he can't tell if Dalziel Maeda's in front of Liam Kelly, and you can see it. He is over to the side. I have no doubt we'll argue about it for 2 hours later on, but he's not directly in front of Liam Kelly.
2 hours, you'll be arguing about it till next weekend. So VAR has played its part.
It's a deflection that kills Kelly there.
Yeah,
I don't think that shot's going directly, and I think Kelly would have had that covered. It's the deflection off of John Suter that obviously catches Kelly out there. And I said it earlier, in the first half I thought that Greg Taylor played the ball too safe for me. I thought he had a poor first half. That's a brilliant ball from him. He's giving Rangers problems there.
If you have a Rangers goal disallowed by VAR and a Celtic goal okayed by VAR, that's what you're talking about Monday to Friday.
Changes are coming.
But
James Forrest and
there's no lot of debate about the goals, surely. I mean,
really.
One's offside
For
and the other one.
For fans, for you being professionals, but for fans, it's a week of debate now.
But no more than Celtic deserved. They come out patient, work the ball side to side. Daz is right. Greg Taylor, they're in again here.
Yeah, Celtic down the right hand side. James Forrest
up.
just forced to check back, and then the cross goes to Liam Kelly.
I thought that was a better opportunity actually. Forrest, I thought he was away. Maybe just allowed the defender to catch up with him there to slow him down.
Celtic, they're going to roll the dice first, but you wonder what Barry Ferguson's thinking, because it is the visitors that seem to have the momentum at the moment as Liam Scales wins a header, but Rangers pick up the pieces.
The equalising goal, it's like a whiff of oxygen for the Celtic. But
however, Liam Scales has slipped, and it means it's going to be forced out by Carter Vickers, and Czerny just wrestled away, and then the foul is given against the Celtic defender.
Well, Carter Vickers claiming he didn't do much wrong. I always felt Czerny was probably going to go down there. You often see it when someone's heading towards the corner flag, so maybe he should have just been a wee bit more patient than as physical as he was.
Carter Vickers feels that he's getting his shirt pulled, but he's not, to be fair. I don't know where he's got that allegation from. Carter Vickers said Czerny was holding him, but couldn't see any evidence of it there, Gordon.
Yeah, look, I think that Mark's right. I think Carter Vickers he defended it well, because Scales slipped and all of a sudden there was a problem. He got over, he covered the area. He should just really bide his time there, because Barami's going nowhere.
Free kick, James Tavernier, it's whipped in, it's not great. Adamida's in a position to clear. And Czerny makes a real mess of that, but Celtic just don't have bodies forward. Dalziel and Maeda will become one, but it's a brilliant covering challenge from Jeff Tate.
Well defended.
Yeah,
that's what you need. You needed his pace there. Anybody else, I think Rangers were in trouble. Maeda just couldn't open his legs up.
I think that's what will frustrate Barry Ferguson about him, Gordon. He's very quick, very sharp. Jeff Tate has real attributes, just maybe lacking other things at times.
Yeah, defensively I don't think he's the greatest just now. As we see this goal against Celtic,
great touch out from Ida. I know you're saying the shot's not getting in. For Ida to kind of Cruyff that into his path when two defenders are coming his way is brilliant, just to make that space.
Oh, here we go.
Things chucked at
Sinisalo clearing his 6-yard box. Paulo Bernardo is on, and it's an interest double change. Celtic have gone Yang and Bernardo on.
Who's off?
To see which midfielder, because Arnie Ingles
I said that
has had a quieter second half though, hasn't he?
Forrest and Ingles, that's what I said.
You're a Bernardo fan,
I love Bernardo.
Bernardo fan club.
Yeah, I think he's got everything in his locker for a top player. I like him, I really do.
Is that early to judge on Arne Engels after the good first half that he had?
I thought Engels was really good in the first half. It goes to show you different people's perception. Maybe Brendan Rodgers have asked him to do a different thing than what we are witnessing, and it's frustrated him. I think the right call with Forrest. I think Forrest has done well out there, and he's certainly got a lot of loose balls into him. Maybe just Yang now for the next
A
half
bit
hour.
more pace.
Yeah.
A wee bit more pace, because he'll think that Rangers will start to throw a lot of bodies forward, and Yang's pace could cause him problems.
Well, what an introduction from Bernardo. It's
What a space.
lovely.
Told you.
He finds Hitati and then Taylor thinks about the shot. Maybe here's Ida in the box. Oh, he turns and blazes it over.
Tell you what, a warning for Rangers again. Should either do better. He's on the swivel, but a lot of space for Celtic there just to go unopposed.
Could he
Yes,
have rolled it back to Paulo Bernardo?
maybe.
Oh dear.
Not what we like to see, a Buckfast bottle, a half bottle, or whatever it's called, to be. Don't you pick me up on my lack of knowledge on these subjects.
You can't, I mean,
Fair play to Casanwiro, remember him? He's back fit, and he
Scored
showed
the other night,
a
didn't he?
good turn of pace to run on the pitch and take the glass bottle away. Good on
it's
him.
idiotic stuff. I mean, throwing glass bottles onto the pitch could danger one of your own players as well. So no, poor.
Anyway, back we go. 64 gone, and we have a level game here at Ibrox.
If I was Barry Ferguson, I'd look to maybe Barami for me. I don't think he's offered a lot in this game. I know that he's been put there to try and snuff out McGregor and stop McGregor.
Oh,
so
there you
the
go.
double substitution.
Double substitution coming for Rangers. Hamza Igaman and Yanis Hadji. So it'll be interesting to see who's withdrawn, because Rangers are toiling a little bit here. Celtic
great
enjoying
pass.
a good spell. Anthony Ralston, he's going to drill it low. He never really looked sure.
It's not hard scoring for that area, Gordon, when you're a right back coming up.
Yeah,
I mean, not easy.
He's not got the quality you've got, mate.
Well, I bounced in the ricochet, didn't I, when it came
Oh, it's
back.
nice from Yang. He just can't quite. He gets stuck. I've said it all day. Players are all getting the ball stuck a little bit behind them. And
Good play from Celtic again. You can actually see the patterns working before Rangers can figure it out. You've seen McGregor, he's got vision to see Ralston coming up and he's outside.
There you go.
Yeah, good shout.
Tierney and Barami.
Tierney, oh.
Yeah, it's a surprising one. To be fair, he's not offered
Quiet
a lot in the
game.
game.
Quiet
Mark,
game.
He's had a quiet game, but
And Barami's done nothing.
Look, I think he was set out there just to follow McGregor about and stop McGregor building the play, but he's contributed when Rangers have got the ball absolutely nothing to the game. I'm not surprised with these substitutions.
Igaman just brings that element of chaos. We spoke about it before, that it's very difficult if you're a defender and you've got someone as unpredictable as him. Well, we trick and flick in his locker as well.
He also brings a finish.
He does that.
might well win goal of the season tonight for his strike. The last time these sides met, you never know. There'll be a few other contenders in that category, but we've got big business to take care of before awards are dished out. 66 gone. Rangers 1, Celtic 1. It's definitely Celtic in the ascendancy, but can Rangers substitutes do anything about that? There is quite a lot of space appearing.
Yeah, they're starting to,
So easy for Celtic to
find
get
their
out.
rhythm now, Celtic. That's the worry. If you're Rangers,
Brilliant from James Tavernier though. He's done so well. Takes it off Dalziel and Maeda. Has he drawn the foul as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
Does really well, the Rangers captain. He's getting over these allegations, Gordon, that every time Maeda plays him he gives him nightmares.
Well, he's certainly not giving them nightmares this game, although from the Celtic goal you could see that it comes from
Václav Černý giving someone a mouthful in the Rangers technical area and then elbowing the dugout a few times. He's getting a pep talk from Jack Butland to try and
Calm him
bring him
down.
back.
He looks fuming.
he's
doesn't
not
he?
happy.
It kind of looked like it was
And
at,
then he's
it's-
pointing.
It's at one of the coaching staff.
As he's pointing at one of them.
Interesting.
I'd be like that, Dodgy. You go and
He's talking about you, Dodgy.
Rangers number 3. You go and sort that out.
Never good that if that's playing out on the touchline.
Ooh, nearly.
Oh, well done though. Well done, Leon
Balogun.
Balogun, because Yang was all over him inside the penalty box, and Balogun does really well to take the pressure off.
I think Young does so well to get up there, but he's too easy to be beat and held off by Balogun. He just needs to slam on the brakes a bit.
Does Adam Ida make life hard by charging into the goalkeeper? You expect him to press there?
I'll tell you who does brilliant there, Raskin. Just gets away from McGregor.
He's played well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. He really is a good player, Raskin. He's adding that threat for goals as well. You've seen the offside goal, correctly so, but he's got in there, he's got the header. Diamandi's struggling a lot bit here. He's looks in a bit of pain.
He was struggling a minute ago when he was down before as well, and he got up and limped on, but he's taking a little knock here again from Hatate.
Yeah, it was a foul, no doubt. Hatate trying to help him up. Diomande wanted to stay down for a bit, get some treatment on.
Now Hatate's stretching his leg.
Very helpful. Hatate.
Aye.
Part-time footballer, part-time physio. Here as he's getting involved, Connor Barron's coming over to get some instruction from Barry Ferguson. Just no more notes this time. Not after the note debacle. You're giving them the vocal message instead.
The notes will never be seen again, I don't think, after Tavernier couldn't read it, decipher it.
Was that Bilbao game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They got a good beating, didn't they?
I think this is this cramp.
Yeah, Manchester United.
Yeah,
he goes down here. He goes down earlier on.
Yeah, he tried to. I did notice that at the time, Diomande. He seemed to twist, but he got up quite quickly, which made me think he hadn't felt any ill effects. But now maybe he is. He's going to try and limp on for now.
Certainly stretching like it's a bit of cramp, but it looked like his knee went under him.
Few of them have slipped today.
These new pitches, hard underneath.
That's why they just keep Firhill in the condition that it's in.
There's a man trying that.
Yeah.
So you need
spectacular.
You need to climb over the lumps and bumps on it. Can't slip if you're doing that. Egeman hits one. It was always ambitious. That's kind of part of his charm, I guess, and that's what he's on. But it would have had to be quite something to fly in from there.
Well, Rangers are in the market for ambition in the final quarter of the game. As I say, Barry Ferguson would dearly love to win his first game as a manager at Ibrox against Celtic. Brendan Rodgers would hate to leave Ibrox, having lost 3 times in a row to them, and also twice in a row to an interim manager.
Yeah, there's a good flick on there from Ida, and it almost found Maeda, but Balogun did well to recover.
There you go. I mean, we're so used to Celtic playing out and playing through their midfield. Sinisalo taking the decision. Everybody up. Route 1. Ida just flicks on, and Maeda.
And it gets you to the final third, yeah. There's sometimes you got to mix it up, Mark.
Yeah, Ida's just going to try and pin.
Brilliant.
And he does well, but it's a great tackle. Diomande showing no ill effects from that injury now. He had to make it. He had to get it right. And he did.
Good play that from Rangers.
Really good from Rangers. Ralston might need to take one for the team, but he doesn't. And that means Raskin can come forward with Hadji and find Hamza Egeman. Scales slips for about the 10th time today, it feels like.
How many times has he been down?
And so does Hamza Egeman. He's still got it.
Oh, what a passage of play that was. Because Egeman gets the ball. It seemed like so much happened there when Egeman got the ball in the box. Scales slips, then he gets up, he still blocks it. Egeman slips.
I'm just wondering if there's any passengers in that caravan that Ralston was towing there trying to get back.
Ralston's he's not been booked, has he? No. You've got to just pull Raskin back there, don't you?
Did you see?
If you can get close enough.
Oh, that was like Big Marv at the six-a-side or whatever.
That was a long run back for him there.
Oh, the head was down and the arms were going faster than the body.
Apart from the obvious, another stat that Rangers are trying to avoid here, Mark, they have conceded 2 goals in 8 consecutive Premiership games. At least 2 goals, 8 in a row.
It's remarkable, that.
Rangers will always give you goals up. We've said it since day one.
Even by that is a remarkable run.
Yeah.
The smallest teams in the league would be disappointed with that run.
I totally agree with you. And he's tried changing the system, to be fair to him.
Well, might get a break of the ball here, Celtic, but Tavernier recovers. It was a fortunate one that almost put Celtic in behind.
I think you'd feel like there's another Celtic goal coming just with the amount of space that's opened up here. And Barry Ferguson, made the changes, but the gaps are still there.
Yeah. This openness can suit Rangers though a bit, as we saw in the last fixture.
Yeah, that's how the way Rangers like to play. They like to, counter-attack. That's when they're at their best.
Greg Taylor, I think, committed a foul down by the corner flag. That'll be a real frustration, I think, for his manager, Mark. If your opposite number's not really going anywhere, why wouldn't you just stand and leave them in the corner?
Yep, keep them in there. But Brendan Rodgers looks composed, I think. I mean, he'll be happy enough, won't he? He'll obviously want his team to nick one, but there's no pressing need for it. But they're certainly in the front foot. But you're right, Gordon, when Celtic are going forward and they do commit bodies forward, there is always that danger. Dessers and Egeman up the other side.
Yeah, straight goal kick does find Dessers. He's now got Egeman to link up with, and Tavernier goes for a direct one, but it's going to go all the way through. There'll be no doubt Dessers.
Oh, I can't believe it.
But I don't think he's going to get that one.
He's always astonished.
You'd have to have a vivid imagination to think that was a foul.
And he pulls back Carter Vickers. I thought the ref was going to give it, which would have tipped Dessers over the edge. It's a nice slide pass from...
Good defending, Balogun.
Balogun's done really well today, hasn't he?
He read the situation very well. He's a good defender, Balogun. Good pace about him, strong, reads the game very well. I like him. Good experience as well.
Get the face mask on, not holding him back.
I always think that would...
Have you ever wore one of them?
No. But even at that, the ball's played down the side of him.
Have you?
I just Sunday night
I have to say I saw that coming. I teed you up for that, so we'll leave it there. It's a family show.
Halloween.
A few tackles flying all over the place here. Callum McGregor penalised in the end.
We're entering the size of phase of the game, so it's getting feistier by the minute.
Yeah, because I think Diomande went through and he could have committed the foul, but then I think Hadji was brought down. He's feeling the ill effects of that on his ankle.
I think Nick Walsh has handled the game well. You know, I mean, there's not been any big shouts that I think that he got wrong. I know that some Rangers fans are a bit disappointed with the Celtic goal, but I think it's a right decision, I've got to say. But I think Nick Walsh has handled this game okay.
So far.
Still time. Yeah, friendly interaction from the crowd there. The ball goes in and Ralston goes to take it and they just chuck the ball away, forgetting that it's a multi-ball system. All the balls are just...
and forgetting there are 15 minutes left to play.
Rangers 1, Celtic 1 as we enter the last quarter of an hour. It was Cyril Dessers who opened the scoring, but Adam Ida equalised in the second half. And
there's no way
are we going to get a winner? I am losing count of the amount of times Greg Taylor's tried to slide it down the side to Maeda, and it's been cut out by James Tavernier.
Why does he not just lift it over and put it in behind?
That's not unfair. Maeda's got to come shorter there. There's no space in behind there. He's got to show. Maeda's in between.
He has stuck. He seemed exactly. Obviously, you know more than me. He feels that's exactly the right word I was going to say. In between at all times.
Yeah,
like pick one or the other. He doesn't really seem to be offering as much.
He's making it too easy for Tavernier. Tavernier's just stepping in there and taking the ball off him.
It was a nice idea from Tavernier there, but overhit. And Callum McGregor shows too much composure. He was hoping that Maeda would read him and come back the way, but he slips out of play for a Rangers throw.
I say Hatate again, spot on today. What a performance. So composed in possession. I know he's not done much in the final third, but just that link in the play, he's so good at it.
Long throw then from Rangers. James Tavernier, the last one slipped out his hands and went absolutely nowhere. He's giving it an extra dry this time and gets much more.
Quite long,
gets much more purchase on it. And Raskin with the header, but doesn't come to much.
He's a danger in that box, Raskin, at times, isn't he? He times it well. He's not the biggest, but he certainly gets in there and gets into good positions. I think if you're Rangers just now second half, I think you're disappointed in the fact that you've not tested the goalkeeper.
Well, could be time yet. Taylor giving it away carelessly. It's so easy
from Greg Taylor. He tried to pass it inside. Yanis Hadji's just going to clip one over. It's a bit far though. That's not great from a Rangers perspective either.
No, that's poor from Hadji. You expect better. I think when you've got Taylor backing off into his own box, you've got to carry the ball forward, but he kind of gives it up easy. He just takes his option, try to flick it to the back post.
So 77 on the clock. We have a level game. Are we going to get a winner? Of course,
so poor from Ralston.
Anthony Ralston. He looks every inch the player who's not played a lot of football recently with that one, but Raskin, poor from him as well.
Do you know what his problem is? Quite simple. I've been watching him all game. He wants to get back with the ball all the time. He'd a chance there to drive with it. Oh, that's poor. But
I think he's overthinking it.
He's trying to be too safe. Every ball he gets, he puts his foot in it and turns round and tries to play Carter Vickers. Here's the sub. I don't think Greg Taylor's got to last much longer.
No. Brendan Rodgers has seen enough, and he doesn't want Greg Taylor to cost him the game. So Schloop will come on for Greg Taylor.
Yes, we're getting to the final stages. The team's trying to roll the dice, trying to find that tweak that gets them the winner. Adamida does excellent to bring down the long goal kick, but it's not going to be a throw in Celtic. It goes the other way.
Balogun again. Good tackle.
He's had a good game, hasn't he?
He's had a terrific game. Terrific game for Rangers at the back.
Has the ref overruled his assistant here? Just wonder what the complaint is from Leon Balogun. Greg Taylor does go off. Has very much cemented himself back as Celtic's first choice left back in recent weeks, but hasn't had a vintage afternoon. What can Jeff Schlupp, as the TV cameras are calling him, offer?
Well, he offers physicality. He got a shot on him as well, if he can get into a decent area. But I think that Brendan Rodgers has thought to himself, Greg Taylor will eventually cost us this game.
I don't think Taylor's had his best game. I'm not denying that, but I've got to say his ball for Maeda over the top was
for the goal.
Yeah, was so important. It was a great ball.
Then slid the one through. Was it just before that or just after? Just before.
And I do agree with Mark. I think Maeda at times has got to do a little bit better and show and let Taylor just feed him with the ball. I don't think Maeda's helped him.
You would take off Anthony Ralston, but you've run out of fullbacks.
There are no options. That's a nice pass out from Connor Barron. We've not seen loads of them. He sprays a nice one to Jeff Tate, who's going to find Raskin. Of course, you would expect him to come in the pitch rather than dance down the line, but he does so well. He's had a great game, the Belgian. It's a cross in, it's going to go over everyone. The Rangers just keeping it alive here. That's what they've been good at all day, is just trying to win second balls.
Outnumbered at the back.
And it's going to be a good save initially. Is that a penalty shout? I think Yanis Hadji tumbled in the box. He might have a case here.
It was McGregor that put his body in there.
Schlupp had a 3-on-1 at the back post, and it falls to, who is it falls to actually? Is it Egeman at the back post? Three of them run Schlupp.
It's
Raskin.
And when it comes back in, it's
McGregor just
think that's a penalty.
Tell you what, I'd need to see it again.
Yanis Hadji's just standing when the shot comes back off Sinisalo, and it does look like Hadji's about to put it in the net.
I think he's put his body in there.
It's one of those. Are you expecting a clear and obvious error there? Difficult to say. Yanis Hadji's feeling the ill effects of it though.
No, I don't think so for me. I'm not sure Hadji's getting on the end of that.
Anyway, 80 minutes gone. Rangers 1, Celtic 1. What does the final 10 minutes have in store for us?
Well, that is a warning sign for Celtic. Rangers get a bit of space over on their left hand side, and Rangers just promote bodies onto Schlupp, and it's too much for the fullback to deal with. Three at the back post. So a little warning sign that although Celtic look comfortable in possession and look like the team in the ascendancy, Rangers are still a danger.
Yeah, just seeing the goal back, for all the attention we gave to whether it was offside or not, Mark's quite rightly picked up on it earlier on. It's a lovely touch from Adamida to set up the shooting chance. I think that's probably been lost in all the discussion afterwards.
Barry Ferguson is still checking this for a penalty. He's convinced himself it's a penalty, but I think it'd be soft, would it not?
I'd put it this way, if I was Rangers I'd certainly be claiming for it, but if you're in the other camp, the Celtic camp, you're thinking it's not a penalty kick. So
having said that, I think he's trying to arrange something with his team. He's not really going after the ref or the fourth official.
I think he was just checking if Hadji's okay to continue, because he can't do with another man down just now.
And on we go. Rangers 1, Celtic 1, 82 gone. Is there going to be a winner? That's the question.
Yes, I think we'll get one.
Do you?
Yes, I think there's another goal in this.
For who?
Don't know, he says.
Gonna go Celtic.
Oh, that's a surprise.
I did
Why
say
is that
3-1.
a surprise?
I did say 3-1, so I don't think it will be 3-1 anymore.
If I see another goal coming, I think it's for the team in blue.
Who's that? Why didn't you just say Rangers?
Oh, it's a fresh air swipe. Cyril Dessers when he had the chance. It was a good opportunity that for Rangers. Just as Gordon gave them the big build up, poor from Connor Barron, the goal kick.
Oh, he's got to do better, honey. He'll be so disappointed with that. He's just had a fresh air at it.
There's another one. He's
off. Yanis Hadji injured, having come on. That's a real blow for him, first and foremost. And Bailey Rice is going to get the last 10 minutes or so of this one.
What is it? Because he's injured, I take it.
Yeah,
and he's really had a smash at the roof there, and Maeda will be going through the middle. They're bringing on Who are they bringing on?
Like McCown, maybe? No?
Yeah, could. Yeah, good shout, Mark.
Yeah, Adam Ida's races run as well, and it's
Johnny
Johnny Kenny.
Kenny.
What a story this would be if Johnny Kenny could pop up with a significant goal towards the end of this one.
When was the last time you seen him? Was it Ross County away when he come on? Is that right?
Well, that was the first one when he came back. No, he's played a few times since then. Yeah. I think the last one was the St Mirren, the 5-2, but that was the 1st of March. It was a while ago.
Not a lot of football for him, is there?
And also, Mark, you've got a draw to hold on to at the moment. So even Adam Ida's physicality,
height,
defending set pieces and so on.
Yeah, good point. So there's not long to go. But
Brendan Rodgers
decision.
Going for glory. So
I like that. I like give somebody an opportunity. He's a young player. He'll be bursting to go on the scene. Could you imagine him coming on there and getting the winner? I like that confidence that Brendan Rodgers has got in players.
Barry Ferguson booked there.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. The free kick went the way of Rio Hitati as he tried to wriggle in between a few Rangers players. Johnny Kenny got 25 goals and loan at Shamrock Rovers. So can he bring that goal scoring touch? Barry Ferguson, yes, yellow card over the top as far as the referee was concerned in his protests.
Well, the headline writer's dream is either Bailey Rice to score for Rangers or Johnny Kenny to score for Celtic. So we'll see if they get their dream.
Yeah, there are potential storylines here. We've not seen much of Celtic in an attacking threat recently, and it's the two subs combining.
Another short pass.
But you know what? Johnny Kenny's done well to make the most of it and get a free kick.
He's caught Balogun. Yeah, he's got in front of him. It was a poor ball from Yang, but well done to the young man. He gets his cell in front there and takes a free kick in a dangerous area from the wide area.
Won that like an experienced striker, Mark. Knew exactly what was about to unfold.
Yeah, gone down as soon as he feels contact, and decent opportunity here.
Yeah,
a dangerous area.
21-year-old Johnny Kenny. Raskin, the stadium man of the match, which I don't think will surprise anyone, being very good.
Him or Balogun, but I think Raskin.
Yeah,
definitely edged it.
I think he's been excellent.
So free kick Celtic. Paulo Bernardo's going to put it in. It's certainly deep. There are a few players there. Rangers have by and large defended them well today, and the shot from Hitati was blocked. And this is where Rangers are dangerous if they can break. Callum McGregor though picks up the pieces.
Good position. It was an opportunity. See how high Celtic are.
Wow, Jeffrey Schlupp giving it back to Sinisalo when he really didn't have to.
I say Sinisalo, I think's done well today. I think his kicking's been spot on. I think he's played at the right times as well. I think he's commanded that line to get up when he needs to go long.
Nicholas Raskin penalised for a foul on Bernardo. Possibly lucky to escape a booking there, just in the old stopping a promising attack criteria. But Nick Walsh happy to try and keep a lid on things. He's telling Anthony Ralston just to wait. It's not a bad foul, Gordon, as such, but usually when players are breaking forward, and he's obviously...
What's the point in talking to him in 86 minutes? I mean, it's alright in the opening 20. Like, calm down, another one of those, you're getting booked or whatever. 86 minutes. You either book him or you don't.
They're asking a lot of Johnny Kenny, and he's done excellent. Well. He's done really well. Can Yang strip round there? He can. Yang does brilliantly, but he's not got many options. And he has to go all the way back there and find Callum McGregor. It was lovely footwork from Yang, and a good turn of pace as well to just... Was it Balogun he skipped around?
Yeah, good from Celtic.
A bit tight.
It's all a bit too tight this time for Celtic.
Schlupp was the ball, I think. He was
on. There was going to be
a
free kick. Yang just wrestling.
It was Hitati.
Sorry. It was Diamande who was down.
Once they'd completed that little passage, they needed to come out the other side. Schlupp just at the edge. They needed to move it quicker, but everything a bit too intricate there.
So Brendan Rodgers watching on with interest. Just a few minutes of the 90 to go. Not had huge delays in this second half.
No.
But there have been the usual subs and so on, and there was a slight VAR check, wasn't there, on the goal? It didn't take too long.
One thing's for sure, if somebody does score, that's the game.
We've had quite a lot of late goals in these fixtures in recent times. Will we get another today?
Bailey Rice just bringing down Bernardo.
Yellow card for Bailey Rice in the middle of the pitch.
Just on the pitch, gets his yellow card right away. He's just a bit late on Bernardo there.
Yeah, just a reckless one, wasn't it? And Bailey Rice into the book. Hasn't really managed to get into the game yet. Only just on. We'll cut him some slack. And Yanis Hadji, of course, had to be replaced after coming on. So a real blow for the Romanian midfielder.
Has his future been sorted yet, Hadji's, or is it still up in the air?
His contract has not been sorted as far as I can gather, or not publicly announced anyway.
Who decides now? I mean, do you wait till the new owners come in? You can't let a player go that they think, why do you let him go? I think I know it's not fair on the player, but I think there'll be a delay on this and other matters like it.
I suppose though, if you can appoint a sporting director, then
yeah,
is he able to get involved in those discussions? But we'll hold them for another day. Anthony Ralston looks tired. I think will we say that? Will we cut him some slack and say he looks tired?
Yeah.
It's an odd decision there to
I know.
try and chase that.
I don't know what's going through his mind there. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve.
Actually took that down, played it forward, but he goes with the chest. An option you don't see that often.
He sort of fell on top of the ball almost. So anyway, Rangers throw it down the line, but Celtic give it away. I think Rangers have got bodies in good areas, but it's great from Hatate, and a nice touch from Kenny, but Suter does well, experienced as well, and draws the free kick.
Oh, the old experienced centre back that feels contact. I'm on my way down. The Stephen Presley classic, that is. Suter's got a hold of Kenny's jersey. Yeah, I'd be frustrated if I was Kenny there.
That's a free kick.
Wasn't a great deal in it.
Free kick all day long.
You get a booking for kicking the ball away.
He does. As you say though, there's a multi-ball system. It's not like he sort of just kicked it off the advertising boards in front of him. Is it more
than frustration?
Is it the show of petulance that gets you the yellow?
Barry Ferguson got booked for as well.
That's true.
Now the interesting thing is how many minutes added on, because we've just about done the 90 regulation minutes.
I don't think it will be anything major, but nevertheless you usually get a healthy enough chunk. It's a cutout, and do you know what? It's frustrating if you're Celtic, but that's what happens. It hits Bailey Rice in the face, and so because that goes down as a head knock, it has to be stopped. But Celtic were motoring down the right hand side there.
Yeah, I don't get
7 minutes.
Wow, I stand corrected.
Wow, yeah, I get held up on Friday night in front of me. I didn't even know it went to 7 minutes, mate. Just do they?
And a championship with no VAR.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
You didn't see Wilson time wasting though.
What are you time wasting?
No, it was all legit. Yeah, many injured bodies.
There's a few tired legs out there. Sinisalo, who he said's done a lot right with the ball at his feet, he overhits one and it's out for a throw in. So 7 minutes for either side to go on and win this. Both got their own different motivations to do so.
Yeah. Are we getting late drama, Hugh?
I think a goal will be scored, yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Connor Barron just doesn't quite get the purchase on his cross, and it's easily cut out, but Bernardo goes scampering after it and doesn't get it, so Rangers might be able to take advantage before being forced back the way.
It's just the issue with Bernardo I have. He's had 35 minutes. I've hardly seen him. He just does not do enough for me with the talent and the ability he's got to stand out. I think he does it in flashes, but just not consistent enough.
Diamandi's down as well. Is this an issue for Rangers?
Yeah, he's been holding his leg for the last 10 minutes.
How many subs have they used?
Well, they would have used 3 stoppages. I'm sure one for Hadji.
Yeah, one for the Igaman and the Hadji initial stop.
Yeah.
And one... Is that all?
Oh, there's a note. Is it?
No, they're just trying to figure out what to do here, because Diamandi's been nursing an injury for a while. So we'll just see what this looks like for...
He's done. He's raced his run, I think.
He's getting back up now.
How can you be taking cramp?
What do you mean?
April.
You can't get cramp in April.
There's cramp.
Didn't you know that?
Did it have to be a certain month to get...
Oh, come on.
But genuinely, what do you mean by that?
At the beginning of the season, it's not like he's ran...
You could say it's the opposite. It's at the end of a hard season.
It's nothing.
So you're not allowed cramp in April?
Not at this time, no. You've
Okay.
played too many games. Not a chance.
Now here's the forgotten man, Danilo.
Oh,
could it be written for him?
Well, he did score a late one, didn't he, in the cup final? He was the man who had the final say of the 90 minutes before it eventually went to penalties. Scored in the 88th. He'll have to do it even later this time.
You can't really be further out the picture than Danilo is, but
he's definitely
got a chance.
He's got a goal in him, Gordon, but he's just not been playing a lot. It's a great intervention.
Needed to be as well.
When this could be real trouble now if
3 on 3 here.
Hamza Agaman he slows up a bit, but maybe that's the wise thing to do. Gives it out to Cyril Dessers. It's a poor pass from him, but Celtic can't cut it out. Rangers have got on second balls all day.
Poor clearance from McGregor.
Jeffty's ball's not good either. Neither side, they're like both of them looking sluggish in the final stages.
Yeah, 2 boxers on the rope and they're just waiting for that final
it's
whistle.
Be a foul.
Oh no, even a free kick given. I wonder if he just dipped his foot out in right enough time, because it was Bailey Rice.
Oh,
he was off if that had connected.
By the way, I thought he did impede Yang there.
Nah, there were no real complaints either, which is often a sign. Oh, and Anthony Ralston's in trouble.
Oh,
he's stretching off. Maybe cramp as well.
Right. How's he getting cramp?
He's allowed cramp. He's not played that many games. He's come on for a sub. He's not had a lot of 90 minutes.
He's alright.
We'll give him one bit of cramp and that's it. Any more when you're getting it.
It's a thing I've very rarely got.
Cramp
playing as well. Cramp.
If you got to run about, Mark.
I was a 12-13k.
I never get cramp in my career.
I didn't remove.
Yeah, I did.
In the 6-yard box.
Box player, man. Sharp as a tack.
Hard to get cramp when you're not running.
Well, I had to run back to the halfway line a lot when I scored. You know what I mean?
Good gin.
That takes it. You done it, Mark. Half the pitch.
You'd have been a walker in those instances. No doubt whatsoever. Anyway, 94.5 gone. We're running out of time to get that winner.
How's our predictions looking, boys?
Nah, hopeless.
The Dazzler said it was a draw, didn't he? That's why he's asking.
He did.
How's the prediction,
Not
boys?
yet. It's not up yet.
We're all still in the running.
You get carried away.
Shuggy's not in the running.
He said 3-1.
If it's 3-1,
I said 3-1.
Well, I said Rangers would win. Mark said Celtic would win. So if either of us,
I'll give you it. I'll give you it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the score is. I'll give you it.
Half a point is.
You're half a point.
Bang on just now.
Yeah.
With a couple of minutes to go. A result that doesn't really suit the narrative, Hugh, as you would stay away from, because we're looking at, can Rangers win the 3 in a row? Can Celtic stretch that lead?
Yeah. Should Sloop have left that?
You can hear from here the goalkeeper shouting for that.
Yeah.
I don't know why he just doesn't leave it. Goalkeeper
offside anyway.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think the draw would not please Brendan Rodgers, but he would be okay with it. Barry Ferguson would not, because it would mean that he still hadn't won a game at Ibrox and had lost the opportunity to beat Celtic back to back and to add to what would be 3 in a row over Celtic. So Brendan Rodgers would take the draw. Barry Ferguson would not.
We'll hear from them very soon, and don't forget, when this game finishes, we want to hear from you on the usual number 01419511025. It's hard to see any more action unfolding. 1 minute to go. Anthony Ralston just about got something left in his legs, but it was a bit ambitious, and he's done great. Anthony Ralston, he's survived and he's dived.
No way.
Yeah, you could see that coming a mile off.
Yeah, but
he's tried to be too cute and dive on top of the ball, and Nick Walsh has seen right through it and given the free kick the other way.
Well, this is the last chance, because we've got 30 seconds of time added on to go. Rangers have the free kick. Launch it now.
Anthony Ralston does so well, Gordon, to win that back. Why not just roll it to a teammate? Roll it back for me.
I don't know what
get on with it.
His decision making sometimes baffles the life out of me. I don't know, because original play was brilliant up the line. He flicks it round the Rangers player, gets onto it, and then he wins it back.
If there's going to be another chance, it will be for Rangers. 10 seconds left of that 7. Don't forget, it's always a minimum.
Maybe not.
Dyson Maeda might break up the pitch here. Might have one final say. Celtic are 3-on-2. Dyson Maeda, he's through on goal. He takes it round Liam Kelly, but it's well done from the Rangers defence. Celtic should have wrapped it up. But that is that. Here's Andrew and Marvin.
Rangers won, Celtic won the full-time score. The final Old Firm of the season finishes all square with Cyril Dessers' opener cancelled out in the second half by Adam Ida. It was a good start to the game for Rangers. Leon Balogun heading the ball off the bar from a James Tavernier corner in the opening minute of the game. Voyami Sinisalo then had to claw a deflected Václav Černý strike over the bar. Then 2 Nico Raskin headers within a few minutes. The first one of those saved by Voyami Sinisalo. The other found the back of the net from a deep free kick, but he went off to celebrate that was cut short. A VAR check found that he was offside and the goal wouldn't stand. Celtic came into it a bit more after that as the half went on. Liam Kelly making a really good save to deny Cameron Carter-Vickers from a Celtic corner. Then just before the break, Adam Idah was sent through by Rio Hatate. He shrugged off John Souttar, but just not enough conviction in that finish. He tried to dink it over Liam Kelly. Liam Kelly saved it, and then moments later Rangers took the lead. Cyril Dessers managing to do what Adam Idah couldn't, giving his side the opener. Rangers working the ball up the park. Mohamed Diamandi with a pass into the box. Václav Černý did well to step over it to make sure it went into the path of Cyril Dessers. He got the better of Liam Scales, who couldn't make the challenge, and it was a calm finish across Stoyami Sinisalo for 1-0. But after the break, Celtic got their equaliser just before the hour mark. The ball breaking nicely for Adam Idah in the box. It was a really nice first touch actually to get himself into space. He took the shot, it took a big deflection off of John Souttar and found the bottom corner, but the flag went up instantly. Tyson Maeda standing in an offside position, but a VAR check found that he wasn't obstructing the view of Liam Kelly, and Nick Walsh signalled that the goal would stand. After that, not too many chances really. Adam Idah blasted one over the bar on the turn. Cyril Dessers with a fresh air swipe from a Hamza Egaman cross, but right at the death, literally the last action of the game, Rangers took a throw in very quickly. Celtic managed to break up the park when they got the ball back. Tyson Maeda bearing down on Liam Kelly, and he managed to make the save from the in-form forward, which meant the full-time score at Ibrox is Rangers 1, Celtic 1, and Marvin Bartley. I'm not sure either team can really contest that result in the end.
No, I totally agree with you. You know, again, the second half was fairly even between both teams. I think they had one shot on target each, the Idah goal. I think Raskin had an opportunity at the other end. And like you said, heart and mouth moment right at the end with the long throw they want James Hamilton to put in. Hamza Egaman decided to take a quick throw, and Barry Ferguson was absolutely seething. And then Rangers lost the ball as Maeda bear down on goal. Liam Kelly did well, he tried to surround him and got a tackle on it. I wouldn't have been Egaman in that dressing room after if they would have scored that goal, because Barry Ferguson was perplexed with his decision making there. But yeah, I think both teams will be, happy with the draw. I think it's a fair result. Celtic were definitely better in the second half. I think the fullbacks are playing forward, and the one time they did do it with Maeda, they managed to get the goal with Adam Idah's deflection. Ralston down the other side, as the guys were saying in the studio, he looked tired towards the end. You could see he's not played for a long time, and I think he'll be going in the dressing room now for an ice bath.
Yeah, the Rangers players making their way round the Ibrox pitch, applauding the supporters that are left here in the stadium. The Celtic players over in that corner that are housing the Celtic supporters, giving them a final ovation. It is all square, finishes all square here at Ibrox. The full-time score, Rangers 1, Celtic 1.
And now it's over to you, 01419511025. What did you make of that? Both sides, are you happy? Is it a fair reflection of the game? Would you take the point? It does mean the two in a row for Rangers stops there and doesn't go to 3. Brendan Rodgers, of course, would have wanted to win the game, but goes away, gets a point, stays 17 points ahead with the title already in the bag. There were talking points throughout the game. Of course, Rangers had that goal ruled out early on with the offside. I think Barry Ferguson felt Rangers should have had a penalty. There was a VAR check on Celtic's goal. As usual, we can debate the tactics and the formations and the substitutions, and that miss at the end from Dalziel and Maeda all could have been very different indeed. But whatever it is that jumps out from you, now is the time to give us a call. 0141 951 1025. You can also watch us on the live stream as well, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you usually watch. We're going to do that next, and let's hear from you.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Trywire.com. Save like a world-class keeper. Get a great price on your next car.
Discover amazing prizes every week at winhappy.com, where there's always something huge up for grabs. From the latest tech to life-changing cash prizes and more. And get 25% off online entries with the code PODCAST. Don't miss out. Head to winhappy.com. The next big winner could be you. T's and C's apply. Promo code valid online only until July 7th.
Win big. Win happy.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Trywire.com. Kick high prices to the curb. Drive away with huge savings. action as it happens. And your reaction from 5 on the open line. This is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
Well, what a day that was at Ibrox. It finished Rangers 1, Celtic 1. It had drama, it had controversy, it had missed opportunities, and all in all it ends in a share of the spoils. The final meeting of the season, 4 in the league, 1 of course in the League Cup as well. Celtic, as we knew before today, with the title in the bag and the League Cup, maybe a treble. Rangers with elements of an impressive head-to-head record this season, but it's level today. Have you caught your breath, Hugh Keevins?
Brendan Rodgers will be feeling the full gamut of emotions, because on the one hand, he doesn't lose 3 in a row to Rangers. He doesn't lose 2 back-to-back to an interim manager in Barry Ferguson. But Dalziel Maeda, in the dying seconds, is through and has Johnny Kenny waiting for a simple pass that gives Johnny Kenny an unmissable chance to create an incredible story by scoring the winning goal. But Dalziel Maeda, ironically, the player of the year who'll get his award tonight, the man who scored 33 goals this season already, he was caught in several minds and eventually ended up doing nothing. And that was the chance. Celtic could have won through Dalziel Maeda if he'd passed to Johnny Kenny.
That's what Hugh Keevins makes of it. What do you make of it, though? 01419511025. Give us a call and let us know. Mark Wilson?
I really enjoyed the game. I thought it was an intriguing afternoon. I thought both teams started well. Rangers probably edged it in the opening few minutes. Celtic quickly grabbed control. Quite funny that was Celtic's best period where they missed that chance that Dessers scores a very good goal. But I think Brendan Rodgers would have just calmed his side down and kept telling them to play, and they would have got their opportunities. Maybe changed that a wee bit down the left hand side with Taylor's ball to Maeda, and then they got their rewards. And I thought Celtic always looked the stronger side, albeit with that bit of danger from Rangers. And Hugh's right, Maeda should square it, Celtic should win it, and I think they would have been worthy winners in the end had they done that.
I think it was the story of the 2 number 9s. We did comment on the fact that we hadn't seen a lot of Dessers. A couple of minutes later he pops up, he gets that goal just before half time. A brilliant striker's goal, I've got to say. Adam Ida come in for a little bit of criticism, didn't think he had his best game, but when it mattered to get Celtic back level, he took his chance. Yes, a slight deflection off Suter helped the ball go by Kelly. When you look at the game overall, I thought a draw maybe a fair result, Gordon, but I agree with you. I think Celtic gave up a brilliant chance in the last seconds to go and get the 3 points.
Whilst you get your calls in, Marvin Bartley was watching at Ibrox. Did you enjoy it, Marvin?
Yeah, it was a brilliant game. Really, really good game. Enjoyed it. I think a draw was a fair result. It was interesting to see the tactical battle between the two teams. I think Barry Ferguson won it in the first half, where Celtic looked slightly spooked in terms of playing against the Diamond and how they would work it out. And in the second half, Brendan Rodgers definitely got the communication with the fullbacks to say stay a little bit wider rather than going inverted so much. And like you said, the goal came down the left hand side from it. I thought Maeda and Taylor struggled to link up, as the guys were saying. I thought, especially in the first half, a lot of the balls that Taylor were playing are into feet. The one time he does play it in behind, Maeda gets on the end of it and it results in a goal. I just think they should have done more of that, clipping the ball into those sorts of areas. Even if Tavernier got there first or Suter came across to cover, they were getting up the pitch and getting territory. But no, listen, the draw was a fair result and I really, really enjoyed the game.
Come on then, 01419511025. Colin was first through from Cumbernauld. How are you, Colin?
Just trying to calm myself down. I'm really angry. A couple of points. The first one is, once again, there is bottles thrown at a Celtic goalkeeper at Ibrox. Hey, if this would keep happening, next time a bottle might hit the keeper, Gordon. This is unacceptable, and something's got to be seriously done about this.
Yeah, I think we commented on it at the time, Hugh, and I say that. I know I've thrown my arms up. It's not that I'm disagreeing. Look, of course it's serious. I don't know whether outrage fatigue has set in or something. The police, the stewarding, obviously it needs to stop. But we just keep having the same conversation. Maybe that's why Colin is frustrated. So I get it. I'm not demeaning it. I'm not brushing it aside.
No, but Rangers have a problem with this. They have a problem in Celtic matches at Ibrox, and it is repeated again today. So whether the authorities do something about it or Rangers themselves tighten up security, but the Rangers sub who came on and quickly got rid of the evidence highlights what's going on there. They do have a problem with it.
What did you make of the game itself, Colin?
Well, I thought like we could have been faster on the ball. I felt there was too many times where we're too slow. We're not building the attack quick enough, and slack at the back again, Gordon. I don't know how many times I've said it this season, but slack again. But good fighting catch till we get a point, but we should have won it at the end.
I suppose it depends, Mark, because in I know Colin might not have meant it literally. You won't have said Celtic are slack at the back too many times this season.
Not at all.
Because they've romped the league and the defensive column shows that. But I take the point. If you're a Celtic fan, you probably had some heart and mouth moments.
Well, you're always going to when you go to Ibrox, because that's the nature of this game. Rangers will put the ball into your box more than any other opposition. They will build attacks against you more than any opposition in the league because they're the second best team. But I don't think there was many that you could say, wow, Celtic were awful defensively. You know, the one at the end that Schlupp's got 3-1 at the back post, okay, maybe, but I think over the piece at Carter Vickers and Scales were fine. The goal's a different, argument, I suppose, because you could probably stop the attack in Celtic's attacking third before it even gets up the pitch. But you look at Celtic's goals against Colin this season, that's their 23rd goal they've lost in the league. That doesn't marry up with having a ropey defence at all. So it's silly to suggest otherwise. But I get when you concede a goal, Celtic fans have got such a high standard now that they think they should go to Ibrox and keep a clean sheet, but very rarely the case.
What'll annoy Brendan Rodgers from the defensive side is they concede the goal from their own corner kick. They have a corner kick, they threatened Rangers, and it was just before Adam Ida was through 1-1. Should really put the ball in the back of net. Big moments. Rangers break up the pitch, which we know they're very good at, especially when you've seen their European campaign. They were brilliant at it, and Dessers all of a sudden puts Rangers one in front. I agree with Mark. I think if you look at it over a season, I don't think you can be too critical of the Celtic defence. They've not lost a lot of goals, but he would be disappointed with that one today.
Thank you, Colin, for his thoughts. Let's bring in Mike from the Rangers side of things. Mike, how did you reflect on that then?
I thought it was quite a good game. I thought Rangers were the better team in the first half, and then it could have went either way in the second half. But the point I want to make is I think after the last three games, and you can even take in the cup final with a dodgy decision, I think they're better than this mob. I think we've got the run over them. I don't think that's what's cost us the league this season. I think it's playing against the smaller teams where our players think they can just turn up and turn them over, and that's not been the case.
Is the league table not quite a good barometer of who's the better team though? Is that not sort of the point of it? I'm
not saying that Celtic haven't had the consistency to then go and beat the smaller teams and pick up points through the season. I'm not saying that they've not deserved it. I'm just saying that I think we're better than them, so I don't think we are that far behind them as much as people think.
But that's what I'm saying. Would you not use the league table to determine who was better? You said you think Rangers are better than Celtic.
No, 100%. But I'm just saying, but the head-to-heads, I think we've had the run over them, and we are better than them. But we just can't turn up against the other teams.
The head-to-head is the most deceptive thing where supporters like you are concerned, because you're completely letting Rangers off with the results that they get against teams that they should be beating. The catalogue of awful results. The current catalogue of non-wins at Ibrox, for example. So, yes, the performances against Celtic have been good, but you're deceiving yourself. And you're letting off players who pick and choose when they turn up for work. They turn up against Celtic and don't turn up against anybody else. You've also had, in the course, or over the course of this season, what was generally acknowledged as the worst result in Rangers history, losing at Ibrox to Queen's Park in the Scottish Cup. So the league table, as they always say, does not lie. Celtic tonight are 17 points ahead of Rangers because Rangers don't take care of their work when they're not playing Celtic.
Gordon, I can get where Mike's coming from, obviously, but is it six points Rangers got in the head-to-heads? Yeah, my arithmetic's okay. Celtic got 4, so not much in it. if the overall points gap at the top was narrow and you had a slight advantage in the head-to-heads, I could see more people leaning into that and saying, oh, it's just, look at that, just 1 or 2 games cost. It's 17 points. Very, very hard to lean that much into the head-to-heads when the gap's so big, surely.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. If Rangers had to win that game today, I think the Rangers fans would just be usual frustrated because they don't know how Rangers are so inconsistent. And that's what it is. The difference is Celtic consistently win football games. Rangers don't. It's okay turning up for the big games. We've showed today they can go there, they can cause problems. In the last game at Celtic Park, they come away with 3 points as well. So there's a lot of big games that Rangers have been excellent this season. But where Celtic is a completely different animal is they're consistent. They win games week in, week out. Rangers don't.
The thing about that though, Marvin, is that's kind of the crux of it. You know, to throw that out as if it's like a small consideration, shrug the shoulders and say, the only difference is they're more consistent. It sort of demeans like how important that actually is.
Yeah, it's vitally important. As he said there, that's the reason that Celtic sit 17 points ahead of Rangers. Listen, I said at the start of the game when we were speaking about the head-to-heads and, you know, how many Rangers have won in a row, would Brendan Rodgers be bothered? No. You know, we look at his trophy cabinet at the end of the season and they're potentially going to do the treble. They've done a double already. You know, they've won the league at a canter and they're in the final of the Scottish Cup. So this head-to-head, would he like to have the better of Rangers? 100%. But what he'd much rather is a position that his team find themselves in this moment in time, and that's top of the league.
Okay, we'll thank Mike for his thoughts as well. Plenty more time for you to have your say. 01419511025. Give us a call right now, please.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair. They'll collect, repair and deliver your car. Outstanding service. after they play, you have your say. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line.
Mark Wilson, Hugh Keevins, Gordon Dalziel in the studio. We've got Marvin Bartley still at Ibrox as well. So give us a call. Let us know what you made of that today. 014. Just a quick word from our podcast sponsors, Wire, the best way to own an electric vehicle. Wire is a car purchasing platform that only sells 100% electric vehicles. So they'll walk you through the process of selecting a fully electric car that meets both your needs and your desires. Wire prove that virtually every car buyer can go electric today. They've got affordable options, saving you thousands on your next car through the Salary Boost scheme. This scheme makes purchasing an electric vehicle a sensible financial decision. Make sure you check out trywire.com for more information and how you can sign up. Now let's get back to the podcast. 9511025. If you really just can't get enough of listening to these guys and you want to see them as well, we have moved through after the game or on the live stream, however you usually tune in, YouTube, Facebook or wherever. Check it out. Mark Wilson's got that, that Partick Thistle tracksuit that's surgically attached to him.
It's lovely, isn't it?
He's
Nice
got
colour
it on at the moment. Nice lilac shade down the sleeves.
Shows I'm neutral today.
Kevin's in Blantyre. How's it going, Kevin?
Hi, how you doing, lads?
Not bad. What did you make of it? What did you take away from it today?
At the end, I was pretty happy to get a point, even though when I seen my head again through and go, I was like, oh, aye, wait a minute here. But I was just wanting to speak about Adamida. When I was on Facebook at half time, there was a lot of Celtic fans on these pages, and they were down on him really bad. But I think he's a big game player. Where his goal scoring record is really good in big games, and I think it's unfair, a lot of the criticism that he gets.
What did you make of it, Hugh? There was obviously a mixed bag in there today.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Adamida, he cost £9 million, and that will stay with him because he's never a £9 million player. He had a magnificent chance today to put Celtic 1 up, blew it, and Rangers went up the other end of the park and they went 1 up. He has certainly constructed his goal very well, a delicate touch, and he has got Celtic the point. But for me, unfortunately, I don't think he's top drawer. I don't think he will sustain Celtic over a long period of time, and they really need to get in another striker. I don't see a 30 goal a season man there.
What if he was a £1 million player? What would you say about his performance?
Now, the only reason I bring up the £9 million is that will live with him. People will say automatically, every time he trips over the ball, people will say £9 million for him.
And yet, though, if he's never a 30 goal a season striker, he's on 19, and he's not been first choice at any point this season. So I wonder if that return's actually pretty decent. And he's got four. He's got 4 in his last 3 games. It's now his 3rd goal he scored against Rangers. 1 all crucial, as Kevin points out.
Scored 2 last week against Dundee United from coming off the bench, Gordon. I think that Adamida, I can understand why Celtic fans are frustrated with him 100%, but he gets goals. And I always believe that, see, if you're a forward, and it's the same with Dessers, I always back him to the hill. You're there to score goals. And he scores goals, and I think Kevin's right. He scores goals in big games as well. It's not just against the smaller teams that we call them. He scores in big games, cup finals. He scored today. He scored 2 last weekend when they clinched the championship. So, look, I agree with you. When you've got the price tag of $9 million, I think people that are looking expect a lot more. He's not a £9 million, but Mark makes a great point. If you put that price tag to $1 million, you're thinking he's doing okay because he does score goals for you.
But that is why you are paying the money at Marvin, and the finest of margins at the top level. He tries to dink Liam Kelly, he doesn't quite get it right. It comes off Liam Kelly's shoulder. You're a couple of inches away from it dropping into the back of the net. And then he gets his goal. How would you sum it up overall?
Yeah, I can understand the frustration of the Celtic fans. I think it's probably his all-round game. You're speaking about there. He's got 19 goals this season, and I think it was Gordon who mentioned he's very, very similar to Dessers in terms of sometimes the ball comes into him and it looks like it's in his favour for him to hold it up, and he turns the ball over. He's trying to lay things off one touch at times, and it's breaking down. And I think that's where the frustration lies. I get it. If he was a £1 million player, he'd be looking at it differently. But he's not. He was £9 million or £9.5 million, and I agree. I just think Celtic have been very, very fortunate to have some really good strikers in recent times, and I just don't think Adamida's of that level yet.
Where does this leave you, Kevin? You were obviously champions before this, and we know the points total. So are you happy enough, if that makes sense? You take that, end that losing mini run against your rivals?
Yeah, I suppose you've got to be happy with the point, given the way the last two games went. And I thought it was a really good game today. I thought Rangers were very quick, they moved the ball well. I thought Celtic started to come into it really well in the second half. And I really thought there was a point where the game could have went either way. And again, as I said, when I seen my head again through and goal. But another treble this year would do me fine, and I'll be happy with that.
I think it's the...
You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the draw prevents what might have happened. You know, it might have been Barry Ferguson's first win at Ibrox as Rangers interim manager, and it happens to be against Celtic. It might have been 3 defeats in a row against Rangers for Brendan Rodgers, which he would have found, I think, a source of personal embarrassment. So, you know, he'll be okay with the draw, but at the back of his mind and at the back of Johnny Kenny's mind tonight, they'll be thinking Maeda had it in his gift to simply square the ball to Johnny Kenny. He would have scored and the game would have been over.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to speak to David in Barhead when we return.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair, showing his skills in fault and non-fault vehicle insurance claims. Clyde 1 Super Scoreboards Open Line 0141 951 1025.
The dust beginning to settle on an afternoon filled with talking points at Ibrox, a share of the spoils for the final Old Firm meeting of this season. Let's go to David, who's been hanging on the line. How are you, David?
I'm good, guys. Yourself?
Good, thank you. What do you have to share with us today?
The earlier caller, Rangers fan you had, who said Rangers was better than Celtic, I think should take his blinkers off. I think what they have proved is we don't need to fear Celtic anymore. We're on a par. The problem is away from playing Celtic. Celtic have got 7-8 players who've got 15 goals plus a season. Rangers have got Dessers. I mean, I'm not just saying Dessers. He gets 100% every game and he'll score goals. But 5 goals at home on our own, we don't win and we don't even score. It's the teams that Celtic are beating 3 and 5-0. That we can't even beat 1-0, never mind 5-0. There's a mental thing that we don't need to turn up. We don't need to be 100% to win against other teams if they're not Celtic, and that needs to change.
How do you change that, David?
I don't know that. There's some mindset there that these players are going. St Mirren are coming to Ibrox, and nobody fears Rangers. Ibrox used to be a cauldron. Players would walk out and shake.
I think
we can beat them.
David, the problem will sort itself automatically in the summertime, because Rangers will come under new ownership, they'll come under new management, and the players will go. And the squad which starts next season will in no way resemble the squad that played against Celtic today. And with the new manager will come a different mentality, and with the owners will come new players. So it's a redundant argument now whether Celtic are going backwards and going closer to Rangers, or whether Rangers are moving up the way and getting closer to Celtic, because, and I include Celtic in this, Celtic will not resemble the team that you saw today when the season starts in August, because today showed that there is if you take out Schmeichel, Alistair Johnson, Jota, Kuhn, there's a lack of depth there, and Celtic have to address that in the summertime, and they have the money with which to do so.
David's on the mentality side of things, Marvin. What about tactically, though? And this is why it must be difficult for Rangers, because I know there's a feeling there, and David referenced his previous, fellow Rangers fan, where, all we need, we've shown we can live with Celtic, so all we need to do is beat these other teams. But for all we know, Rangers become a really good version of themselves against these other teams, but that actually reduces their ability within these games, because as we've seen again today, I think it was 39% possession. They're quite suited to this. They have good players, of course they do. They're the second best team in the country. They've got good players, so they're good in these games where they can pick Celtic off. Adam Ida misses, Rangers can go up the other end and score. But whether the new version of Rangers looks to dominate games more and therefore be better against St Mirren and Motherwell, how does that then translate into these fixtures? It feels like we're oversimplifying it. We don't quite know how this all plays out.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think if you look at this Rangers squad at this moment in time, they're better without the ball. They're better when they are counter-attacking teams, like we've seen in Europe, we see against Celtic. I think their problems do come when teams sit in and say, come and beat us, and then when you do give the ball away, we're going to counter-attack you. And that's something that they need to address, but that comes with, obviously a new manager's going to come into the building, and more players are going to come in as well. But as you said, if they're going to then turn to a team that want to dominate possession and they want to play through the lines, when they do play against Celtic, it might open up for Celtic and make it easier for them. So listen, I think all good teams have a bit of both. I think Celtic have shown that in terms of, domestically they dominate the ball and they're really, really good. And then in Europe, when they do have to counter-attack, they have that side of them as well. So I think Rangers need to get onto grips with that and trying to do that themselves, because, as I said, when they do have possession and teams do sit in domestically, they do struggle at times.
Not holding it against David, Mark. I don't want it to come across that way, because we always do this. We look for that silver bullet. They go, it's just the mentality. See if we just were better in the mind when we played St Mirren and Motherwell, all would be fine. There's just a lot of things all contribute.
A lot goes into it. Tactically, of course, and we've said from the start of the season that Rangers were always kind of too conservative against other teams in the league, especially at home when they were playing two holders, and you think, do you really need that? And Celtic just don't do that. That's why they get so many outstanding results. Mentality is a big thing though, and it'll be a big thing when it comes to recruitment as well. That was the biggest shift for me when I moved from Dundee United to Celtic. Everybody thinks it's easy, you're going to go and win every game. However, the group of players and you yourself have to change to deal with being favourites every game. Some it takes a bit of time, some you just never get there. They can never change their mindset or deal with that pressure, and some take it on fine. Rangers need to get a group of players that are fine, having that sort of mentality, but also the new manager has to be more forward thinking. I think play with more freedom, more visible patterns of play that will stretch opposition than they have been this season at home.
Having said that, David, it is a heck of a contrast, isn't it? Whether it's tactical, whether it's mentality. I mean, Barry Ferguson's still not won a game at Ibrox. It's been an incredible run.
Yeah, and I mean, what's the reasoning behind that? I mean, we have quality players who should be able to put the ball in the back of the net, but for some reason there's this block that we just can't do it. Just this hoodoo that we can't win Ibrox just now.
You can't really. Look, Barry Ferguson's the interim manager, so he's got to take a bit of responsibility. But what I liked about Barry is it's not like he's just stuck with the one formation and the tactics. He's changed his formation number of times, especially in Europe. He went back to his 3 that looked okay. He went to Celtic Park and started that. He's changed to a 4. Today he's went to a diamond, and I thought the diamond, and I think Big Marv's right, the Ibrox there, I think that in the first half it worked for him. I thought they looked the sort of better team for me a little bit. They got off to a good start, and then the second half I think Celtic, rightly so, started taking command of the game, and they got their goal and probably should have won it in the last kick of the ball with Maeda. But I think Barry's tried all the different formations, he's tried different personnel. It's just the fact that I think they need to get to the end of the season. I think it needs to freshen up. It needs a manager with new ideas and bring something in and just give them that energy back, because even Barry Ferguson said it last week after the St Mirren game. Nobody fears playing Rangers now.
Yeah, I mean, Marvin, look, obviously there are circumstances. It's not easy to beat Celtic. It's not easy to beat Athletic Bilbao twice. But it's 6 without a win for Rangers, so they're just really trying to, as Gordon says, get this season over with.
Yeah, exactly that. But what you don't want is your players having that mindset as well. Because unfortunately, in these top 6 games, it's still massive games. The teams come up against Rangers, and to beat them is a massive victory for the club. So they can't afford to do that. They can't afford to just try and see this season out and see what happens in the summer, because some of them might have to find their futures elsewhere if that's the case. Because there's no doubt about it, the new manager it's a new director of football and the new owners will be watching what's going on this football pitch and saying, are these players right to take us forward?
Thank you very much to David. 01419511025. Give us a call. We'll speak to you next.
Clyde 1. After the action, it's your reaction. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line.
Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson and Hugh Keevins in the studio. How long should we keep Marvin Bartley at Ibrox?
To 4 o'clock.
Is Gordon Dalziel still there?
Yeah, shut up, you. 4 o'clock. That's what happened to me when I used to go out there. 4 o'clock.
It sums him up. It's May. I know you called it April earlier on,
yes,
but it's May. He sent me a message complaining how cold he is.
It's Baltic.
I've heard all that before. Well, you dress appropriate. Get your jacket on.
See, that's Arsenal fans for you.
Jacket. Yeah. I've got to be an Uber driver as well. I've got to drop the missus off to the PFA.
Here we go, for goodness sake.
We're
all going and we're on here till 4 o'clock. Yeah, exactly.
Come back there.
I thought of that, did you? Anyway,
I didn't know.
We'll let you go soon because you'll get kicked out, I think, judging by how late it's getting. Let's go for Scott, who's on the line. Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry, Scott. I didn't realise Gaz had been hanging on much longer. So let's do Gaz first. Take it away.
Hi, I'm a regular listener to the show. Right, this is the first time I've been on. Right, I want to talk about the manager situation at Ibrox.
Go for it.
Right, I want to talk about Barry Ferguson, right? Mm-hmm. Because for me, I think he's the perfect man to get the job, right? And I'll tell you the reasons why, right? One, he was at Rangers, he was a captain and he commanded the pitch when he was captain at Rangers. So he has it in heart and by head on how much it means to be at Rangers and how much that it is that you play for the Rangers and stuff like that. Right, the only downfall that I see the new, right, he's come in and took the job the now, right, under a tough situation. There's got players that has given up, that's not played, they've not given everything that they should be given, right? The players are doing whatever they want at times whenever they've been told, right? I think that with what Barry's trying to instill in the players, they're not understanding or they're not doing exactly what he's trying to put forward. Right? If you look at the managers that we've had, right, the only European manager that we've had that's actually did something at the club has been Dick Advocaat. Since Dick Advocaat, we've not had a decent European manager that's actually moved us forward as a club. Right, and I think we need to get back to the old state where we're getting a person that's Rangers minded, that knows what it takes to be at the club, right, and has an idea of other players in Scotland, because I'm sick of getting players in from Europe that comes into the club then think they're going to walk it no problem. Then when they come in, they don't have a clue what they're doing. They see how hard it is to play in Scotland. And we need a person that knows the Scottish talent. We need a player that knows exactly what we're looking for. And Barry, I think, is the person that could instill that in players.
With respect, the numbers don't add up. He's had 12 games as interim manager. He's won 4 of them. He has yet to win a game at Ibrox as interim manager. And this stuff about you have to be a Rangers man. Walter Smith didn't play for Rangers, played for Dumbarton, Dundee United, but he was a Rangers supporter. But this is a tired old argument, this, that you must be a Rangers man, must have played for the club. It doesn't stack up, and you give Dick Advocaat credit on one hand, but overlook Giovanni Van Bronckhorst on the other, who took Rangers to a European final. So I'm afraid at the core of this argument, the numbers don't support your case. He's had 12 games, he's only won 4 of them, and I think Barry Ferguson himself knows he won't get the job.
Right, Hugh, see when you say that, right, if you look at it, he's come in to do a job, right, to get us to the end of the season. He's not working with players that he would have had on the team, right? If you have a Barry Ferguson with players that he wants in that team, you would see a different side to the team as well as Barry Ferguson as well, because he would have the player that he's hand chosen for to play at Rangers. He's working with players that he's not chose. He's in a situation where he's trying to get the best out of players that's already there, which isn't working for him. Right, and like you're saying, I agree with what the stats are saying, but if you stick a group of players that Barry Ferguson has picked, right, you would probably see a better situation from Rangers. You would see Barry Ferguson, what he's pushing out for the players to play the way they're going to play.
It's very commendable of you to back Barry Ferguson. However, I just don't think that he has what Rangers are looking for. And when the new owners come in, I am certain that Kevin Thelwell, the new sporting director, and Andrew Kavanagh, who will be in charge of the majority shareholding, they will have their own ideas on who should be Rangers manager.
I think this is where it's very difficult for him, to be fair, Gordon, because he's come in under this set of circumstances. You can't change that. Gaz is saying if he had better players, he would do better. Well, wouldn't we all? The problem is, can you get the chance to show that when you've won 4 games out of 12? So that might not be his fault. Maybe it is that he's been thrown into a really difficult situation. Can you hang around to find out if he'd be better with better players when you've won 4 games out of 12?
But he's got better players than the other teams in the league, i.e. Motherwell's and Mirren teams.
But if you're being extra generous then in the argument, you would still concede they're not his and so on.
Yeah. Now, look, I've said from day one, I think Barry Ferguson getting in there to do that job has been brilliant in the sense of he's kept the Rangers supporters and everybody together. They were leaving in their droves after the Queen's Park. The stadium would have been half empty if they'd have kept going with Clement. But Barry went in there, he was an ambassador of the club, he is a Rangers man. I totally agree with you. I'm fed up hearing this, that, well, he's a Rangers man, he knows what it means to the club. Look, I don't care if you're a Rangers man or not. You need the right person, the right job that's going to take Rangers forward as a club, going to win trophies and going to try and challenge Celtic going forward. That's what Rangers supporters are looking for in the manager. I'm with you. I think Barry's went in there, brilliant at holding the club together, because that's where it needed. It needed somebody of the stature of him. But going forward into the summer, with new players coming in, new ownership coming in, I don't think Barry Ferguson's ready for it.
I think you're spot on, Gordon. I think when you get that run of games, you need everything to kind of go your way. You need a bit of luck along the way. I know that's rich because people, Daz is right. Rangers have got a bigger budget, better players than everybody else, but still you need them to, everything to kind of fall your way. You might be right, Barry Ferguson might get the job, he might get his profile of player in and it might look better, but I just think you need more than 4 wins to grant you that opportunity. And I think the majority of Rangers fans would think along the same lines, but I do think there will be a minority like Gaz who see Barry Ferguson as the shining hope because he's so invested in the club. But if you're going up against Brendan Rodgers, you're going to need a big personality in there either way.
I think, Marvin, like we said, maybe it's just unfair, or not unfair, maybe it's just a difficult situation Barry Ferguson's in. So you could say that, look, you can't hold this against him, you can't hold this bad run against him because he's not got the players, but you also can't give him credit that isn't there either.
Yeah, I totally agree. Listen, the reaction had to be better than it is. I know what the guys are saying, it's 4 wins and 12s, but dropping points against teams like St Mirren, listen, Hibs at home and Motherwell at home, that's not going to get you the job. I get it, it's not his own players, but I think it was Gordon who said his players are better than the rest of the teams they're playing against. So the reaction had to be more for me, for him to have a chance to get in this job. I can't see the owners looking at it and saying he is the right man to take them forward. I think he's done a fantastic job, like the guys are saying, in terms of holding the club together at this moment in time, but he's just not picked up enough wins. There's been some really poor results, and not only that, some of the games they've won, Dundee one springs to mind, the Kilmarnock coming back as well, they haven't performed for probably 45 to 60 minutes of those games as well. So yeah, listen, I think Barry will be honest with himself and knows he hasn't done enough on this occasion to get the job.
Okay, Gaz, we can agree to disagree. Go on then, we'll let you go soon. Marvin, give us your parting thoughts. How would you sum it all up today?
Well, listen, as I said, I thought it was a brilliant game. I think a draw was a fair result. I think it was brilliant to have the fans back in there. The atmosphere was absolutely electric, and it was a pleasure being here. And again, it's another great advertisement for Scottish football. But I think both teams will go away from it happy. Listen, Barry Ferguson would have definitely wanted to win. Brendan Rodgers knows his team's won the league. They'll see out the remaining games and then go on to the Scottish Cup. But to sum it up, Gordon, brilliant afternoon, and it's good speaking to you guys as well.
Do you know what's annoying me about him? Because it's as if we can't tell. Like, Sky Sports have only just come off air this second. It's not like Ailey's standing waiting for the lift home. They've literally just come off air, but he's acting as if we can't. He's pulling the wool over our eyes, as if we don't know that, as if we're not watching
he's
the
calculated,
telly.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to go and warm the car up for her.
Well, listen, she actually just messaged me and said Gordon DL's offered to give me a lift to the PFAs if you don't come along soon, so that's why I need to run now, lads.
Yeah, that would be a worry. You don't want to be that guy. Thank you very much to Marvin. Good time to call us. Let's get in touch. 01419511025, and we'll be back with plenty more. We're here until 4 o'clock. We'll take more calls next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair. Up front, at the back, on the wings. The league leader for accident repairs. Games are over. The talking begins. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboards open line.
Next up, we've got Scott in Barmulloch who's on the line. What was your take on today, Scott?
Could just go through a wee bit of shouting today.
Good shouting or bad shouting?
Both, I think. Of songs, mind you, that's not my thing. But a draw, because I think it was probably a game that deserved a draw. But I'm a bit put up with the way we're playing against not just Rangers, but in general. The slow build-up, all day long again, we're back to a slow build-up. Dalziel and Hugh has been on fire all season because at times, especially in away games, we've been getting the ball up quickly, getting it through the middle using Dalziel's pace. Not once today in the first half did we even attempt to do that. It was only in the second half, and I don't know, maybe I didn't see it right, but I thought he moved Dalziel and a wee bit more to play off of Adamida. Maybe it was just what I caught at the game, where there was a couple of times with good flick on, Dalziel and get in behind for pace. But Brendan, my opinion again is, I think Brendan needs to try and vary the formation of the team, especially when we've got a lot of the ball like a 3-5-2 system, because we let the other team centre-backs stroll about, especially today. Balogun must have been out on his feet. We get the ball in behind him to try and test him for pace. Not once did we try and do it. Just sometimes I get frustrated. I think that 3-5-2 would have a better formation with the players that we've got than this 4-2-3-1 at times. It's so slow and pedantic, and like it's 100. I mean, one of the games with 1,000 passes. I mean, it's just sometimes very boring.
Variation was denied the manager today, I think, because of the loss of so many players through injury.
He wouldn't have changed the formation anyway, though.
No. And 17 points of a lead, and it's still not enough for some people, and also we understand that Brendan Rodgers has spoken, Scott, today about Dalziel and Hugh. He has apparently been in Japan all week, and I guess, I do not know, but I guess that must mean there's some kind of domestic situation there that Dalziel and Hugh had to attend to. So he was a bit subdued today, but there may very well be practical reasons for that. But I think, again, like Rangers, in the summertime there'll be a lot of changes going on at Celtic, because Jota's long-term injury changes things. They need to get players in. I do think they need more up front. If it's not Dalziel and Hugh through the middle, there might be better than Adamida out there. So there are many changes, I think, in personnel that will come along in the summertime for Celtic.
I always know my place on this, Mark, because Scott pays his money and has got the emotional investment. You guys have played the game, and I'm kind of in the middle and don't have any of those. So maybe it is just me. I don't find this Celtic team that slow to watch. I really don't. So maybe my barometer's just different.
No, I'm with you on this, Gordon. I've said many times I'm confused by a lot of this. I think a lot of people are remembering Brendan Rodgers, was it the third season, his first time round, where things were a lot slower build up, and you used to see Scott Brown dropping in between the centre backs.
When does Callum McGregor ever go in between the two centre backs now? Never.
And I think they do play forward quickly. I think they've started playing more through the middle into Ida's feet, and today you saw a glimpse when it went through to Hatate really quickly that got Ida in. I think today the problem, certainly in the first half, was Greg Taylor just couldn't connect with Maeda like he usually does. The pass was just short, and on several occasions the pass was just too short at times. But I still think they worked into areas fine. I don't even think Celtic don't play a 4-2-3-1. They play a 4-3-3. McGregor just sits at the base, and you've got Engels and Hatate just as 2-8s, just up a bit, and you've got your two wide guys and your centre forward. Celtic will never go to a 3-5-2, not in this league anyway. They are never going to put in another centre half and sacrifice another player higher up the pitch, because they're two centre halves and their goalkeeper play like a back three anyway, so they're never going to do it.
I think the big problem today, and I sort of slightly agree with Scott saying, I can understand what he's saying. I thought some of their passing wasn't as crisp as normal.
But that's different from being deliberately slow. That's not the same thing.
And also, I thought that Ralston was very much guilty. Every time he got the ball in the right back position, his first chain of thought was turn. And to be fair to him, he played two nice diagonal balls right early. He played two. Second half, he was more negative every time he got the ball, and he get caught in one of them and nearly get punished. His first chain of thought was foot in the ball, turn, I'm going to play it to Carter Vickers, and then that's the way Celtic like to play, come out the other way.
How does this all look in the big picture then, Scott? Because I would take the point, if Celtic were so slow, so controlled, and just eventually break teams down, win a game 1-0, win a game 2-0, I would understand it. Celtic have scored 103 league goals this season, so if they were to up it to the pace that you want them to, how many should they be scoring? If 103 is not enough, it's too slow. What is it that you want? Scott?
Look, we've won three, potentially we've won 2 trophies, and we've got a third one potentially.
Yep.
It's just the involvement of the team. The tactics we did. Oh.
Scott's breaking up, but
well,
I can hear it.
but
that's the thing. He's saying the team not evolving. It's the same tactic. I don't think it is. I don't think it's the same as Brendan Rodgers' first spell.
You know, in Celtic's last 3 games, prior to going to Ibrox today, they scored 5 goals in each match, 15 goals. You know, and I know we had a laugh with the Dazzler earlier on about cramp in April,
even though it's May.
Yeah, okay.
I also buy into a little fatigue in May. If you've top of the league by 17 points, scored 103 goals, 3 games away from the absolute end of the league season, a little fatigue. They were not Celtic Class A today. But as I say, variation was denied Brendan Rodgers because of the loss of Alistair Johnson, Jota, Kuhn, and there are many changes on the way at Celtic Park in the summertime because there have to be.
But I mean, at the same time, Mark, it's back to this: what the ceiling looks like. I admire anybody. Brendan Rodgers would be one of them who wants to keep improving, keep pushing up the ceiling, keep doing it, nudging it up. Good on you. But we must be talking marginal. We must be talking marginal gains here. If Scott had come on and said, we've got 4 points against Rangers, we should be better than that, we want higher standards, we should be doing something specifically in these games a bit different, fine. But this notion that overall, over the piece, it's all a bit slow and it's all a bit pedestrian, I don't think that tallies with 103 league goals scored.
No, certainly not. It doesn't. It's just false. And I think that narrative came off back of some of the defeats and that little blip that they had, fans saying that it wasn't good to watch. Then it's been a tedious title for Brendan Rodgers. Just nonsense. It's just false. And by the way, in the last 2 games, Hugh's right, they proved that was false by moving teams in different ways and scoring some outstanding goals. So the Celtic fans have got very high standards now, and they think direct play is going just long over the top. By the way, Sinisalo did go long a few times into Ida, so they didn't mix it up, and that's an on the pitch decision from the goalkeeper. You've seen that happening, but again, it would have been worked on in training. But more often than not, when they play through their midfield and work it wide and get underlaps and to the byline, they score plenty of goals and they do it quickly.
You all have to go back to Tannadice. I mean, the quality of the goals, team goals, the move involving Johnson, Kuhn, the cross for Adamida to score with a header. That's last weekend.
I even think last weekend and today, and particularly today, you seen the ball that Engels gets for the goal and he shifts it straight out to Maeda last week at Tannadice, and they worked on that several times today. So that you can't accuse them of overplaying. As soon as that ball was into Engels or it went to Ralston, bang, diagonal. So that is direct. That's a different approach that they identified could get them some success. Isolating Maeda 1v1. Last week they get the goal from it, and this week, okay, they don't get the joy from it in the first half, but still trying something different. So it's not as if they're just using the goalkeeper for no reason.
Let's bring in Justin, who's on the other line. How are you, Justin? Hello, Justin.
A little frustrated, guys. How you all doing? All right?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yep, can you hear me, guys?
Yep, got you now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Are we in some sort of delay here, by the way? I'm not holding this against Justin. I feel like every caller, are we doing something wrong? Gordon Dale, have you got us? I've changed your clocks or something?
No, I've nothing to hide here. Apart from my legs.
Apart from the legs, he's got shorts on.
It's over. Justin, sorry, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me fine?
Right, I'll tell you what. Let's get someone else to speak to Justin, because my patience will wear out with that 5-second delay as we try and have this conversation going backwards and forwards.
Is he talking through his radio there?
No, it's not his fault, I don't think, because it felt like it's been like that for the last few callers. Let's hear from Barry Ferguson on his job prospects, because I think that's the point Justin's going to go on to try and make.
I know I can do the job, of course, but that's up to people above to decide. Look, since I've come in here, there's been a few bumps, but that does not scare me one single bit. I know I've been through the doors now. I know what's needed in terms of change. So we just need to wait and see. But as I said to you, it has to be a decision made quickly now, because we're coming to the end of the season. You need to obviously start deciding what way you want to go heading into next season, because this season's been dry in terms of trophies. This club needs to get back to challenging and winning trophies again.
Justin, he says he knows he can do the job. What do you think?
No, is the honest answer to that. As much as he's come in and done a job to steady the ship a wee bit and kind of put a bit of kind of pride or resilience back in, he's just, as much as I love him to death, he's just no Rangers manager calibre, unfortunately. And as I say, he's not had the players to be able to do it with, and he's got a wee bit out of them, but to have no home wins in this run is just isn't capable to move forward.
I know journalists are naturally suspicious, but when he comes out after a draw against Celtic, where Celtic might have won the game in the dying seconds, and says, I know I can do it, there have been a few bumps, but I know what's needed, I'm immediately suspicious, because he had a meeting with Kevin Thelwell. I wonder if he's been given any encouragement whatsoever, because the week before, when they played St Mirren, he was very critical of the players, accused them of not following his instructions, and gave the impression that he knew he wouldn't get the job. Now he sounds more confident again. I wonder if the discussion with Kevin Thelwell has left some glimmer of hope for Barry Ferguson. But I go back to my core point: 12 games, 4 wins, no wins at Ibrox. That for me doesn't make for the next permanent Rangers manager.
I agree. I keep saying it. I praise him for what he's achieved, keeping the club together. He is what everybody calls a fantastic Rangers man. He loves the club. He knows the club inside out. But going forward, look, if it wasn't the name Barry Ferguson and it was someone else in their interim manager, with the record that Hughes just pointed out, every Rangers fan would be saying we need a new manager going forward. I like the way that Barry comes out. I like the way he talks, in the sense that he's confident in his own ability. He said there in the interview, I know what the club needs, I can do the job. There's nothing up with that. I'm all for that. But going forward for Rangers and getting up against the calibre of Brendan Rodgers in a yearly situation, not just one-off games, a yearly situation, a full season, I think you need a better calibre of manager to go forward.
What in particular, Justin? Is it just that results? You know, is it just an impossible situation for him? Where even if it is a shame that the players aren't good enough, even if it is a difficult circumstance, you feel like it's just impossible to give a manager the job based on that set of results?
100%. 100%. As I say, if you look at him from a CV point of view, he's not exactly the most glowing CV in the world when it comes to managerial capacity in the first place. Yes, he's a Rangers man, but that can't just be the staple for a Rangers manager's job. Do you know what I mean? There's got to be more to it than that. Yeah, he's got heart. Yeah, he's got fight. But that only carries you through certain games. It doesn't carry you through a full season. And as I say, as much as I've got a lot of respect for him, yes, he's done a job and he's come in and stepped in. It can't be considered for the Rangers manager's job long term.
I'm just a little surprised, Justin, because last week he was talking about going back to his ambassadorial role. Now he's flipped it and he's talking about, I know I can do it, I know what's needed. And I'm wondering what brought about that change of mindset. Was it some form of encouragement given to him by the new sporting director Kevin Thelwell?
I think you might be overanalysing that. I think it's just a kind of straight answer to the question, isn't it? He's not. I don't think he's changed his position in any way.
He's just come out another game against Celtic, the champions. Everybody talks about how far they're in front. His emotions are still running high. Of course he's going to come out and say things like, yeah, I know I can do the job, I know what this club needs. He comes out there, he's been positive, nothing up with that at all. I'm with you, Gordon, and I don't think he has been given that encouragement. Look, I think that eventually with the new owners come in going forward, I think they will be looking for a manager with a little bit more background in the CV, and hopefully take Rangers and try and challenge Celtic in the future.
Justin, what about today? What did you make of it?
Well, that was one of my main points. I thought the first 20 minutes, I thought we were great. I thought we put pressure on them, we came out all guns blazing. My main point, and it was to see what the panel thought. Sitting, listening to a lot of Rangers fans and sitting with everybody and watching it, Tierney, for me, is more of an enigma than Dessers for me. In certain games, he plays really well when he gets us through situations, and you think, wow, that's a crank player, what we'd love to have him next season. And then there's other games like today where he just looks like a luxury player, where he doesn't track back, he's got no fight in him, looks as if he's, I'll stay up here, you play the ball to me, I'll run at players. And he seems very greedy at certain points where he doesn't bring other players in, where he looks completely devoid against the team that he's playing. He looks like an extra man for them sometimes. And then when he comes off, he's spitting the dummy out as he's going off the park because he's getting subbed, because he's pretty much as a nightmare. That isn't a player that's a Rangers player. That's no somebody that's you need in games like that. For me to spend $6 million, even if we do get the opportunity to buy him, is a no-go for me. That tells me it's a player that shouldn't be at Rangers. It was just to see what the rest of the panel thought, or if it's just maybe blue-tinted glasses for me. Looking at that, what's coming across.
I think it would be the opposite of blue-tinted glasses. You don't have to apologise, because that tends to mean you see everything optimistically about your own team.
He's part of so much that has to be done. He's £6 million to Wolfsburg, or you don't get him. Cortez, £4.5 million you are obliged to pay. Hadji has gone off injured again, and he's out of contract. What happens to him? Danilo, the forgotten man, £5 million worth of Danilo, brought on as a last resort, appears not to have much of a future at Ibrox. There's so much for the sporting director and for the new owners to work their way through with regard to that squad. But I think Justin's correct about Tierney. First time all of us looked at him, we thought, there's a player in there, all right. But that player is diminishing as the season goes on.
He is a good player, Hugh. He is a good player, there's no doubt about that. I think, unfortunately for Rangers, they've got a lot of players in that calibre. You see them 1 week and you think they're decent players. They're very good players in certain games. And then a couple of weeks later, you're already doubting why they should be at Rangers. They're not good enough. They're not being fit to be good enough for the club. I think Tierney is a good player. Didn't have a particularly good game today. Whether you would splash out $6 million or not is a different question. But I think he has got good ability, and I think he showed it. I think he's been one of Rangers' best performances this season, along with Raskin.
But again, you're back to the owners, the new owners. When they look at the books and somebody says, well, we can buy him, but it will cost £6.5 million. We don't know whether they'll say no or what their attitude will be.
I think you've got to ask them the question then, what is your vision for the club? Because if you've got a player here, especially in the final third, who's been one of your best players and contributes and assists and goals, and you're saying no, then okay, where are we getting better? He's proved it over a full season. He's not just done it over a couple of months. He's not just come in January and you get a snapshot of him. He's done it over the full season and in Europe.
I think the core of Justin's point though is he's not as impressed. He's not convinced and thinks he's maybe tailing off a bit. You saw Barry Ferguson taking him off and a furious reaction from Tierney.
By the way, I would rather my players do that after a bad game, than just take it. He's obviously frustrated at himself. I think he obviously thought at that time he was getting a wee bit more of the ball. Remember that a couple of times he was 1-on-1 Scales, and I think he felt maybe an opportunity's come my way and you're substituted, you're withdrawn from that. So I think that's where his frustrations have came from. But if Rangers have got the money and they want to progress the club, I think you're going to get Tierney for a second season at least.
You're not convinced, Justin?
No. And as I say, I agree with Daz, and I to a degree I agree with Mark. He is a good player. It's not that he's not a good player. It's not that he's not got talent. But I don't think he's got the temperament or the attitude to be a Rangers player. Because, as I say, he seems like a luxury player. He doesn't defend. He doesn't track back. Too many times he just jogs and leaves Raskin or Diamondi to cover a space. And then when it's no going his way, he overcompensates. He holds onto the ball an extra touch or 2 touches too long. He never... Like today, for example, I lost count of the amount of times he was one-on-one with Scales, and for the pace-wise that he's supposed to have, you knock the ball 5 yards in front of him and you test him for pace. He never done it once. He always chops back inside. And then he doesn't track back if the ball's lost. That's not the attitude of the Rangers player. And then he was spitting the dummy as he's going off because he's getting subbed. I don't agree with what Mark was saying, that he's frustrated because he's getting pulled. It comes across as he's getting frustrated because, why am I getting brought off? I'm one of the best players in the team. That's the wrong attitude that comes across all wrong. You remember right at the start when he first joined Rangers, he was getting grief for a couple of bad passes in a game and he spat a dummy with the Rangers fans. That kind of attitude can't be right. It means it's coming across like he thinks he's better than the club or better than the team that he's around, and that's the wrong approach for me.
Thank you to Justin. We'll speak to Kenny in Yoker when we return.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair, showing his skills in fault and non-fault vehicle insurance claims. after they play, you have your say. 0141 951 1025. Clyde One Super Scoreboard's open line.
Gordon Dalziel, Mark Wilson, Hugh Keevins are here. Let's bring in Kenny, who's in Yoker. How are you, Kenny?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. What are you thinking?
So I just thought I would phone up. You know, a lot of things about Celtic running up the races. You know, Rangers are doing well, and they weren't up the races either. I think there's a big, broad spectrum of what happened today. I just think both teams today weren't at the races at all. But what I will say is I think Celtic have earned the right over the whole season to not be at the races. Although it's unacceptable as a fan, you know, at the same time, we have bet the so-called, you know, lower teams than Rangers. We've bet the Motherwells, we've bet the Dundees, we've bet the Kilmarnocks. Rangers have struggled. They've struggled at home. You know, so what I'm trying to say is basically it's over a season that champions become champions and teams become teams. And I'm just wanting to also ask the guys on the panel that have played the great game, does it come into you at all, even subconsciously, that even months ago that you have won the league, so to speak? Are you so professional that does not come into your mind? Or is there times where we've already won the league, we're going to have a holiday, let's go party, blah, 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 blah?
Just to address your point before we get to two pros.
Yeah.
Football is entirely about the numbers. If you have more points than everyone else, you win the league. If you score more goals than the other team, you win the match. It's entirely about numbers. And Celtic, 17 points clear of Rangers at the top of the league, can justifiably say, we've had a good season. In 2025, they've had the occasional ups and downs. They lost to Rangers. They then lost to Hibs at Easter Road, controversially. Goal chalked off for what was later shown to be no good reason. And then, remarkably, they lost to St Johnstone in Perth. So they've had the occasional slip. But over the course of the 38-game season, their numbers have been the best, and they are indisputably the deserving champions. I'll now turn to my two learned friends to tell you what the mindset is.
What do they switch off when they're so far ahead? Look, I think it's only natural that maybe some things change a bit, but maybe that looks from the outside that they're in holiday mode sometimes, where results are maybe not what they were at the start of the season, because you've got that real focus at the start of the season. Everything's up in the air. There's that tension in your play. You're at your peak fitness-wise. But I think that's what good managers and good coaching teams do when you do come off it. They reinstall those principles.
Are we just looking again, though, for a broad brush? We always do this. See, when Celtic fell behind at Celtic Park and they really, really gave everything to get back into that game, that wasn't a team who looked comfortable because they were in the league. They then lost it, because that can happen. Today, Dalziel Meda goes through in the last minute and scores the goal. We're not asking the question if Celtic take their foot off the gas because they've won the league. We're just not doing that. But we always look for a one-size-fits-all solution to some perceived issue that's out there.
Yeah, I didn't look at that Celtic team today and think that, you know, a lot of the players' minds were elsewhere. Remember who you're playing against, the atmosphere, everything that comes with it. You're going for a treble. You want to keep yourself in that team because you want to play in that Scottish Cup final against Aberdeen. You've got a manager that stands in the dugout that demands so much off you as a player and an individual. So no, I don't. To answer the question, I don't think so. You look at that game today, second half, Rangers never tested the goalkeeper once, and I thought the draw was a fair result. I really did. I thought Rangers started well, got the good goal just before half time. Celtic were better in the second half and probably should have won it with Maeda. If he just squares it, gets his head up and squares it, it's a tap in. But overall, I thought the draw was a good result for both. And I don't look at Celtic and think, yeah, they've come off it. Remember, leading up to that, Mark said it earlier before the game started, they're a formed team. They'd scored 15 goals in 3 games. That, to me, is not coming off it.
See these last 2 games, Kenny, if we're talking about You could easily have won that today with that chance at the end. You could easily have drawn the game, at Celtic Park. Did these things not just happen? Celtic are the best team in the country. They're playing the second best team. The margins on the day can be small. You might not go over the line. Does it have to be that, there's this big psychological impact of Celtic being ahead and therefore they've taken their foot off the gas? Does it need to be as deep as that?
No, that's the reason, Gordon, why I asked the pros the question. Because I'm not saying for 1 minute that Celtic took the foot off the gas in order to say to everyone, oh no, that's why we lost against Rangers and that's why we drew. I just wanted to clear that out in my head by asking the pros if that does come across. Because I don't think that's the case, especially the professionals, but I'm not a professional, so I wanted to ask the guys if that does come across you. I don't think, as I said, if both teams aren't at the races today, I don't think. However, I disagree with Gordon when he says that in regards to the draw was a fair result, after him saying that Rangers never had a shot at goal in the second half. I can remember Celtic's chances. I can remember maybe 4 or 5 where we should have probably won the game if we were at the races. But Rangers have been playing the exact same all season, and today, through our own fault, we didn't win that game.
But that's the point. When Dyson Maeda goes through, it was supposed to believe that he scores if the title's on the line. I just don't know if it works that way in the moment, Mark. But you'll know you've been in those situations.
Of course not. No,
you've not been through on goal, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. No. Entirely focused on today's game. The players, maybe preparation when you're so far ahead. Maybe you get a few extra days off, and things like that are a wee bit different. But in terms of the players and the professionalism, there is no way that the Celtic players take their feet off the gas. I mean, it's only natural that you're going to drop points somewhere along the line. But I think Brendan Rodgers at McDiarmid Park after it has been quick to pounce on his side and just retrain the mind of what's expected to be a Celtic player. Even though the league's won, what it takes to be a Celtic player and what the expectations are. Because he's looking at next season, the challenge that's coming, and better on that side. And I think every Celtic player in that dressing room, you're always fearing for your future at Celtic, even if you're contracted, because someone else is, or the finances are there to bring someone else in to put you out the team. So when you've got a top-class manager like Brendan Rodgers, I don't think you can afford to take your foot off the gas.
I think some people are looking for a form of perfection that doesn't exist. You're ruling out the concept of an average day. You're ruling out the concept of a day when you're bang off it. Celtic have had that over the course of the season so far. The St Johnstone result, losing away, was unfathomable. But these things happen. And today, if both teams were off it, then they still gave us a very entertaining match to watch.
I said that I thought a draw was a fair result, and I said about Rangers, I didn't think they put enough pressure on Celtic in the second half. But I didn't look at a Celtic team that knocked at the door constantly.
It's just that last chance, though, isn't it?
The last chance could have obviously changed the nature of the game.
The Ida prior to the first Rangers goal.
Yeah, and then you had Balogun obviously hitting off the bar early with the header and stuff like that. I don't think there was a lot of chances created in the game. Possession-wise, second half, I thought Celtic had a lot more possession and a lot more of the ball.
Let's thank Kenny and hear from Brendan Rodgers. These were his general thoughts on the game.
Yeah, I was really pleased with the team's performance. I think that we obviously played against Rangers that started off with a diamond, so we had to then find a way through that there, and I thought we had lots of spells where we did. Maybe the final third of the pitch, maybe we were just short today in certain passes and making the final pass. But overall, I thought we had really good control of the game. We knew we probably should go one up, and then from that, there actually a corner that we get, we go behind in the game just before half time. So it's not a great time to concede. But I said to the players, listen, they've done a lot of really good things. We just got to keep our rhythm, keep passing, keep the control in the game, and hopefully eventually the goal will come. So really pleased for Adam. He was a good reference for the team today, and I felt that we were the team that, as I said, with our control and with our playing through, that we felt that we could maybe get something. And Because normally you come here, you normally have 10-15 minutes where you're really hanging on, but I never felt we had that today. So, but yeah, pleased that if you can't win it, then of course you don't want to lose it. So, players are really good.
And what about the big chances that were passed up? These were his thoughts on that topic.
Yeah, well, we have to give him a bit of leeway. He'd been in Japan all week. He had his first training day with us yesterday. Obviously, he flew expecting for his wife to have their third child, and she didn't have it, so we had to come back and then come into a game here at Ibrox. And yeah, it's one of those tough ones. You look at it and you analyse it. He's through and goal. He's what can he do? He can toe poke it, kind of get around the keeper. But in fairness to Liam, he's done well. He's had a good spread on it, and I'm not sure Dyson can get it square for us to finish. But it just shows you we kept going right to the very end. The will was there to score, to fight, to run, and it was pleasing, especially the second half.
Fair play to him, because having traipsed to the Queen Elizabeth and it not quite happening when you expect it to go to Japan for it not to happen is quite the disruption to your week.
Having flown back from Japan in my day, I can tell you it does leave you a bit wonky. I flew back from the World Cup in Japan and then went on holiday to Italy, and I was falling asleep in the middle of the afternoon, and you're all over the shop. So for Dyson Maida to play in the game at all, I think is quite something.
Yeah, well, we'll let him off, you decide. Tom is on the line. How are you, Tom?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yourself?
Yep, all good here. What did you pick up from today then?
Well, my point was, I think Sinisalo's been absolutely excellent coming in as number 2, and as good as Schmeichel's been, I think it's only good that we've got a young keeper that looks as though he can do the job on a fairly big day. What do you think?
Mark?
I think it's a good point that Tom makes. I said throughout the game that, the spotlight is on Sinisalo, and it has been since he's come in, because Celtic, for years, and Joe Hart have had a top number 1, but number 2 that they've struggled for years and years. So Sinisalo, I don't think anybody really knew much about him, but he's come in and he's done well. But today I thought he looked composed in possession. I thought he picked the right passes at times. I thought he was brave enough to play through the Rangers front 3 at times, and then he had the know-how and experience to just go long, and he makes decent saves. I think the one right at the end, one of the only chances Rangers had, the one at 3-on-1 with Schlupp at the back that are claiming for the penalty, I think he actually makes a very good save at Raskin's feet with a left hand. So that's a big moment in the game. So I think he can be pleased in his performance.
There had to be a succession strategy, because Kasper Schmeichel won't go on forever, and Sinisalo has learned his business at Celtic for all of last season, and he did look comfortable. I said that yesterday, that a goalkeeper who'd never played an Old Firm game. I only brought it up because it's a talking point. I was not suggesting that because it's his first Old Firm game there would be a calamity, and therefore I thought he did exceptionally well. He used the ball very well with his feet into the bargain, but he's there to stop the ball going into the net, and he did it well. He might have been suspect at the goal from Raskin that was disallowed by VAR, but Celtic can be happy that the succession strategy is moving in the right direction.
Overall, I think he had a good game. I agree with the guys. I thought his decision making with the ball at his feet, which Brendan Rodgers wants, was very good. He looks very confident as a goalkeeper. I think the more games he'll get more, be better and better. Obviously Schmeichel is still the number 1 goalkeeper, but I think it's going forward for the future, he's certainly one that Celtic fans will really enjoy watching.
I suppose, Tom, as well, really the Celtic goalkeeper, a lot of it is going to be judged on how you are with the ball at your feet, so I take it you thought he did that side of the game well enough?
Well, he's had an 86% pass success rate since he's come in, and I think his shot stopping's pretty good. Actually, I know there was a low one you would expect him to make, but I thought the one there was the deflection early on in the game. Was it going in or was it going to hit the bar? I don't know, but I thought that was top draw myself.
Yeah, it was a good save.
You're disappointed if he doesn't make that, though, aren't you? This is the harsh life of a goalie. That can't go in. So therefore,
No, but it was the first piece of action that he was involved in the game, and I think he looked after himself very well. It's an Old Firm match. The atmosphere, all the things that go into a Rangers Celtic game, and he handled himself exceptionally well. So he can come out of Ibrox today with his head held high.
I think the most important thing for Brendan Rodgers for a goalkeeper is when the ball goes to the goalkeeper's feet.
Yeah.
You know, decision making. Can he use it? Is he confident? Can he play through the lines? Now, watching him lately, I think he's answered all those questions. So I think he's a perfect fit for a Brendan Rodgers Celtic side.
Thank you very much, Tom. We'll speak to Sean on the line when we return.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair, showing his skills in fault and non-fault vehicle insurance claims. Clyde 1 Super Scoreboards Open Line 0141 951 1025.
That's us in the final part of today's Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard with Hugh Keevins, Mark Wilson, Gordon DL, Sean's in Maryhill. How are you, Sean?
How you doing, lads? I'm good, yourselves?
Yeah, not bad. What did you make of that today then?
I mean, a bittersweet. Good to not lose the game. I would have liked to see us win it, obviously, but that's kind of a pattern though, the last few games I've seen us play against Rangers. I don't know if you have spotted it, but they don't seem to be playing any different against us to what we're used to playing in the league anyway. Long ball, occasionally on the ground, but I don't know if it's down to the side effect of us having swept the league up so easy this season, or if there's a part of nervousness when the players are playing against Rangers just now. Because obviously we've got some people that have only played in them this year, like Engels for a start. And I know Ida was on loan last year, but different kettle of fish now, under a lot of pressure. I mean, Hugh said it this season. I think I heard Hugh say at some point, Hugh Keevins, that he thought Adam Ida wasn't a good signing. Obviously, I'm kind of paraphrasing there. I believe he said that anyway.
I don't think he's top drawer, and nothing will. Well, I was about to say nothing will convince me otherwise. He's got a next season to come, and he has to show more than he has shown this season. I don't think he's top drawer. He's unfortunate in so far as the £9 million signing bit will stick with him until he looks like one. But I said yesterday on the programme, Rangers spooked Celtic, and it looked that way again today in the first half, not in the second half. And I think Celtic.
Why do you think that is, though?
It's hard to put your finger on it, Sean, because in every other way, Celtic last 3 games, 5 goals in each game, but today a more subdued performance.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier, Mark, that there is a big gap between the teams, but it's still Team 1 in the country versus Team 2 in the country. Your gap is absolutely massive. Are we really to expect that it's so big that you're not even going to be spooked within a game? I mean, you got to Ibrox and Rangers are going to come out fast. Is that not okay, or is it not understandable?
It's just because we've seen the same thing now from the games the last 3 times. Celtic just not finding a way to deal with that pressure from Rangers.
I think they did it today, though.
That's what I was going to say.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, when you say not dealt with it, Sean, is it not a case that you there are going to be parts of the game where you can't, but at other times in the game you do, and that's why you might go win the game today, or you might draw the last one?
It's just, I think if we're playing another team and they commit us the same way Rangers did today in the league, we don't see the same reaction.
Yeah, but they're not as good. They're not as good as Rangers, though. The other teams are not as good as Rangers.
Yeah,
that's the big point. So when Rangers are pressing high up the pitch, and they're shutting off passes, and they're better defensively, Rangers, than every other team, so they get back quicker. They've got players that are more experienced at filling gaps, so that's why Celtic find it difficult, or have done the previous couple of games. But I thought today was different. I thought the first 5 minutes Rangers started quickly, and Celtic were a bit unsettled, and it looked like it was going in a similar vein to the other games. But I thought Celtic quickly got control. I thought they started moving it a bit in midfield. I thought Hatate was very good. I thought Engels was very good in the first half. McGregor a wee bit quieter. But like Brendan Rodgers said, I thought what let Celtic done was just at the top end of the pitch, where they got there several times but didn't complete that final pass like they usually do. Where in previous games, I think Celtic have struggled to play through Rangers. I even go back to the cup final where they struggled to play through Rangers. I didn't think that was the case today, and I think the second half they did it even better, and they started not laying siege to Rangers' goals, but the traffic was going in one direction, and that's when the goal came just before the hour mark. So I know because Celtic don't win the game, there's a lot of negativity, and Rangers have maybe got Celtic's number.
I don't mind losing the game, Mark, in the grand scheme of things, but what I'm saying is there's just something all right with the way Celtic have been playing in the matches, and you can see it. I think there's a real nervousness in that team because we are shipping goals against them, except today. Obviously we did concede more in the last 2, that's a given. I think it was 3 in both of them, but you look at the last 2 Old Firms, right, and I can quite objectively say opinions that a lot of other Celtic fans might not agree with, but I think Raskin might have been one of the best players on the pitch today and in the last game, and that's a worry when you're a Celtic fan and you want Kevin McGregor to be the player that's going to pull you through these games, and I don't think he's looked great in the last 3 games now. I know he missed the one in between, so I'll say the last 2 Old Firms. Callum McGregor hasn't been great. I mean, even when
I think the problem
Raskin was good.
Yeah, Raskin was excellent. I think he get man of match in the stadium. I thought Raskin has upped his game. I really do. And i.e., he's now a Belgium international, and rightly so. I think he's just getting better and better and better. Callum McGregor today, I watched the first half especially. Barami just followed him absolutely everywhere. Now, sometimes as a player, if you're getting that man-to-man marking, you take him away to create space for other people. And Mark touched on the two Celtic midfield players, Ingles and Hatate first half. I thought, especially Ingles, very good, some of the balls he was playing. And McGregor was doing most of his work off the ball rather than, dominating the game.
On that though, right? Is this a sign of just how big the gap has grown in recent years and how the rivalry's now become skewed? Is it a big shock that Rangers have actually got a player that that is?
Let me tell
is
you,
up to, do you know what I mean?
Capable of winning man of the match.
Go back to the Mark's Day or whatever, and you would have great debates about the sort of combined 11, 5 Rangers, 6 Celtic, because that's not been there. It's okay that Rangers have Nicholas Raskin that can cause Celtic problems, as long as you can cause more problems, Hugh, on your way to winning the league.
There's a claustrophobic nature to the city and to this particular fixture. If Celtic had lost today, I guarantee you the callers that we've been taking since 2 o'clock would have been of a more volatile nature, because 3 defeats in a row to Rangers would have been totally unacceptable to the Celtic support. And I do take all of your points on board, but it's the claustrophobic nature of the city.
Yeah, we're seeing how sort of knee-jerk it can be, because Sean's other point, Mark, about the that's now 3 times. You can't not put that performance today in with the last game at Ibrox. That was night and day.
Well, of course
Rangers won by a mile.
Rangers were over Celtic. Celtic couldn't complete 3 passes in that day. Celtic had 60% possession today, and they scored a goal. They hit the bar. Either should have scored in the first half, and let's be honest, they should have won it in the 97th minute when Maeda goes through. So a much different performance, much better individual performances. Were there times that they gave the ball away? Were there times that Rangers put them under pressure? Of course, but that's always going to happen against the second best team in the country at Ibrox.
And Rangers have shown, Gordon, that they can hurt you. They've done it, whether it's on the break. We've seen Eagleman's goal at Celtic Park, whether it's set pieces, Raskin, and then a couple of close shaves today. And, obviously getting the goal through Dessers. He's now got 25 for the season. So they do now carry a threat. They might be 17 points behind, but that's not to say there's nothing good or nothing threatening about them. That's why you're going to have these close games at times.
Yeah, they've got good players. Unfortunately for Rangers, they've been inconsistent. Look, they've got international footballers, and they've got the second best squad in Scotland. So, of course, they're going to cause you problems, and I totally agree. I think Dessers today, apart from his goal, didn't really contribute anything. But I keep going back to Adam Ida was the same. Number 9s, it's all about scoring goals. They got the goals. I go back to, I thought the result today was a fair
last
result.
derby of the season. I guarantee you, when these teams reconvene next season, they will look vastly different, the pair of them.
Well, we will see. Thank you very much to Mark Wilson, Gordon Dalziel, Hugh Keevins, to Marvin Bartley and Andrew, who kept us up to speed from Ibrox. And of course, the biggest thanks, as always, goes to you for calling and tweeting and staying with us all afternoon. We're back tomorrow to look back on the entire weekend. By then, we'll know who the PFA Scotland player, young player, women's player of the year all are, and the divisional awards, as well as the goal of the season. So a lot happening tonight. We'll reflect on it tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard with Call Robert Accident Repair, showing his skills in fault and non-fault vehicle insurance claims. The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Trywire.com. Save like a world-class keeper. Get a great price on your next car.
A Rayo original podcast.
Alright, I'm Pete Wicks, and we live in a world full of men. But what makes a good man? What makes a bad one? Pete Wicks Man-Made is the new podcast where me and my guests dive into modern masculinity, whatever that is. Join me, Tom Grennan, and more.
Listen to Pete Wicks Man-Made from May the 7th.
On the Rayo app, Apple, Amazon Music, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Play more with Rayo.